the most critical decisions, there can be no forecast or probability distributions on which we might sensibly rely. Instead of inventing numbers to fill the gaps in our knowledge, we should adopt business, political, and personal strategies that will be robust to alternative futures and resilient to unpredictable times. Within the security of such a robust and resilient reference narrative, uncertainty can be embraced because it is the source of creativity, excitement, and profit. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jatin signing in and welcoming you to the 12th virtual edition of the DSCI Best Practices Meet. We would like to extend a very warm welcome to all our delegates, speakers, sponsors, exhibitors, and partners who are here with us today. In the wake of COVID-19, DSCI is hosting this conference in a fully virtual mode. Best Practices Meet has been acting as one of the leading fully technology-focused conferences in cybersecurity and has been facilitating congregation of core technologists, practitioners, and users of security technologies. Every year, we conceptualize a contemporary theme, keeping in view the evolution and transformation around security and privacy. This year, we have chosen radical uncertainty as the theme of the Best Practices Meet, and the meet shall focus on the lines of security and business resiliency. I believe that you would agree that having been presented with this unprecedented situation, the entire model of business, technology, and security is in a state of flux. This is certainly putting the resiliency of the systems and infrastructure at test and under tremendous pressure. How are enterprises planning their security architecture? What new paradigms are getting conceptualized? And the dramatic changes in the attack ecosystem, this and beyond is what the Best Practices Meet 2020 will dwell upon. We request you to share your feedback on social media, please. Please share your tweets and posts using the official hashtag BPM2020 and mention @DSCI_Connect on Twitter. We would also request you to visit the virtual lobby and experience our sponsors and partners exhibiting virtually over there. We encourage all of you to please do pay a visit. We shall start our first session shortly. Be with us. Without much ado, I would like to initiate today's proceedings with a power-packed masterclass by Palo Alto Networks. The topic is Upset with Ransomware. This masterclass shall entail description and demonstration of a ransomware attack using the Upset framework. Tactics, attack methodologies, and tools at attackers' disposal shall be referred during this deep dive on ransomware. Please join me in welcoming Mr. H. Ganesh Nagaraj, CEH CCSK System Engineer, Palo Alto Networks, and joining him, Mr. Vinayak Godse, Vice President, Data Security Council of India, to begin with the masterclass.
Yeah. So thanks, Jatin and DSCI team. So this is the 12th version of Best Practices Meet, and many of you who had been regular to the Best Practices Meet must be knowing that this is an event that we do based on a theme, and this year's theme is radical uncertainty, and the idea behind this particular theme had been beautifully explained by Jatin. So yes, we all in our businesses deal with uncertainty, but the kind of problem that we all are now facing and probably grappling with, this particular instance and resiliency instance, basically, we have never thought about this instance. We have never thought about this scenario, or we never thought about what needs to be done for this scenario. But still, means besides all of those kind of preparatory level gaps in terms of understanding the global level kind of a pandemic. We have largely focused on a regional level of a disastrous event and managing with that. But still, with a global level of pandemic, I think we could able to really move to the work from home in a very short span of a time, and most of the businesses, including the user organization, had been really swift in terms of their actions to the new environment altogether. And many of them, some organizations, 90% of plus people had been working from the home, and the entire new ecosystem which has been evolved in terms of enabling this new workforce connectivity to the organizational enterprise network on one hand. On the other hand, there are a lot of effort which has been pushed to digitizing the existing ecosystem, existing applications, product and business processes in a such a way that they are primarily they were meant for the deployment of the closed enterprise network, but now they are increasingly getting openly deployed for the remote access and remote connectivity. And when we had been initially managed that, probably settled with that, and suddenly we have seen instances of ransomware. And the best practices meet every year, a day zero event. And so we are saying this as a pre-event, a kind of an interaction. In both of days, we try to dwell into the very one specific area of cybersecurity and try to do that in a way that we to do a detailed discussion, and it's primarily done in terms of the engineering discussion. So we try to dwell into the particular area and look at the different dimensions involved into, try to peel the different kind of dimensions which are involved, different types of layer which are involved in that particular area. So we try to diagnose them, we try to understand them, we try to comprehend them, and through that comprehension understanding, we also do in a such a way that we look at the engineering effort which has been put together to solve this problem. So ransomware had been definitely one of the important problem of this particular current stage of a cybersecurity issue that we are facing. And there are n number of ransomware already there, but because of this particular ecosystem that we are into, there are some new family of ransomware also hitting all of us. So we thought about taking this as one of the important area for deliberation of this year's best practices meet. And we are really thankful to the Palo Alto team and Ganesh specifically to help us going deep down in terms of understanding this ransomware families, how they have been evolving, what they have been trying to do, how they have been changing themselves for last 6-7 months of time. So what exactly attributes basically now they define this ransomware family. Try to understand them, try to go down to the details of the technological aspects of the particular these families, and then probably try to understand how and different strategies, engineering strategies or innovation, which are at a play to take care of this kind of issues and problem that we have been all facing. So this is a largely engineering discussion. This is a dialogue-based discussion. We'll also like to take your views and feedback and question to carry forward this discussion. So the way it has been organized is so we will set up a context, then we'll request Ganesh to probably make his presentation and primarily focusing on engineering evaluations of a cybersecurity and how that is helping us to take care of the ransomware problem, and then also show us. So that is one of the important part. Also show us, probably demo us how that is working at a ground level, and he has prepared for probably showing you a demo as well. And we spend significant amount of time to know this at a ground level, at a technical level, and operational level as well. So that's the preparation that we have made for this one. So Ganesh, just to start this conversation, right? So how do you see how this has been evolving? So what kind of request from your client which has come to you? What kind of research which happened to you, and how exactly you had seen is there had been a lot of discussion which happening in other parts of the globe, but what we have been trying to see in this geography like India or Southeast Asia. So what are those kind of traits that you have been seeing in the geography?
Yeah. Good afternoon, team, and thanks, Manager, for organizing this. So, as you rightly mentioned, so because of the situation where we are in currently, right, because of COVID, everybody is working from home, students are learning from remote. So, it has completely changed the way we operate compared to a traditional way of going and meeting the people and getting introduced. So the shift is of course happening onto the technology. While it's a good part, at the same time we are also seeing there's a tremendous increase in the threats. Only comparing to the COVID situation, starting from Jan till the March, we have seen that close to 100,000 plus newly registered domains are there, which are typically used by the adversaries for ransomware compromise. And majority of the attacks have been towards the phishing link, and spear phishing attacks are on the rise. So not just India, it is now witnessed across the world. So it's very important for us to understand what's happening and how typically an organization can get compromised from a ransomware. As you rightly said, there have been multiple demo instances. I'm sure you as an audience have also seen how a ransomware infection happens, literally. But today, what we thought was we will slightly change our approach. Instead of just showing you how a ransomware infection happens, but being a defense team or from an investigation purpose, what are the key areas you should be looking at so that you can secure your organizations from these kind of an attacks?
Yeah. So I think let's go down to the uh, details of this discussion, Ganesh, to your presentation slide. And during the slides and in between also, we will try to take a break, try to reflect on what we have been discussing, and probably towards the end, we will be also going to demo as well. So I request you to take us through the different aspects and dimensions involved into this one, and try to take us to what is happening security engineering side in terms of one is the framework level on principle level, what organization needs to be done more importantly, but how security engineering is responding to this challenge. So let's go through the formal deck that we have prepared, and then probably in between we'll have some conversation based on reflecting on the content that you have presented.
Sure, Matt. Thanks. All right. So as Vinayak said and the DSCI team introduced, so today's discussion will be revolving around a concept called upset, and it's most to discuss around the ransomware and the malware infections. So since we said the upset, right? So any thought or any theme should have a law or a background from which we can discuss. So today's concept or the law should be either the adversary or the CISO of your organization will get upset, depending on how well you get upset. So the term you, I am referring to all the participants here because many of you might be coming from various backgrounds. Few of you might be an incident responders. Few of me might be security engineers, frontline defense team. You come from a various backgrounds, right? So it's important for you to understand this upset methodology, which we are going to discuss in detail today, so that either you make the adversary upset or you make the CISO upset. So the agenda or the flow will be like this. First, we are going to discuss some of the offensive actions of a ransomware attack, and then we will look into the defense part. Typically, we'll introduce our Cortex platform. Then we will do a deep dive on the investigation with some real samples which you have triggered in a demo environment and which we'll be able to go through in detail. And finally, we will look into the response phase where we can think of something where we can automate the response in this overall scenario. And of course, on the due course, we are going to find out what is upset and who gets upset. All right. So I'm sure most of you are aware what ransomware is, how it works. But for the benefit of the beginners or just to refresh, an adversary will look at typically a vulnerabilities in your organization could be a network vulnerability, application, or a host vulnerabilities. And these adversaries will try to exploit those vulnerabilities. And from there, he takes a control of your system, he encrypts the data, and they demand for a ransom. And as a user, sometimes we pay the ransom over a cryptocurrency or the other medium which they demand for. Sometimes the decryption key is provided. Many a time, surprise is only provided. So this has a quick background to it. As I was starting my conversation, this year we have seen multiple ransomware attacks happening across the globe. Various industries were affected, and I thought I will pick up just few, which I feel at least slightly different from a traditional way the ransomware is working on. So first one to go in that is LockerGoa. Okay, this is a malware or a ransomware which we identified during the Jan period this year. It's primarily like a typical ransomware trying to encrypt your data, and it was focusing to the manufacturing industry where some of the chemical factories got compromised, some of the aluminum industries were got compromised. But slightly it was different from the traditional ransomware families, right? If you are seeing traditional ransomware, once it infects, it starts moving laterally, but this family was not moving laterally at all, which means it doesn't have a worm-like behavior. It infects a machine and it stays back there. But if it is a copy paste kind of an activity which is done on the field over an SMB, this malware or a ransomware can spread. So this is one slight behavioral change which we have identified. At the same time, what we have looked at is when these malwares are typically encrypting, right? So the malware family developers didn't do from the scratch in terms of getting in more into the encryption methods. Instead, they started using the Cryptok library where there is a pre-built encryption mechanism of RSA is used, and they started consuming. So it was built on C++, and few things slightly different is on the ransom note also. For example, many cases we have seen that once the system is infected, we see a screen where it asks for a ransom or a cryptocurrency or how it has to be transferred, right? In terms of the dollar value, how it has to be transferred. But here, nothing was mentioned. So here it gives an email ID wherein the victim has to respond with their details, and these guys will come back. So there is a complete change in the behavior of this. And one more important behavior which we have noticed here is like a few malware traces which we have identified were just sitting idle. It was not encrypting also. While there were traces, we have seen close to 31 plus samples of this LockerGoa this year till now, and few traces were alarming actually. Instead of encrypting, it was patiently sitting inside the machine and waiting for the activities to done. So we are not sure whether this is really a ransomware only, or this could be one of the method to fake the victim and try to make something different. So this is under observation and monitoring now. Second one is called econs. So like traditional ransomware goes, infects the machine, does a propagation, the encryption happens, all these things are fine. But here, of course, the ransomware is written on a Golang language. More threat is towards the ICS controls. So typically it is built with something called as kill list, which deletes the some of the important process in the ICS controls. It kills some of the security processes running inside your machine, and it's slightly tricky and complex in terms of identification. When the ransomware infection happens, which means the encryption process starts, it doesn't do a uniform extension for encryption. So it uses some 5 random keys as an extension, which means each extension has got a different value, which is becoming difficult for security analysts to identify. And apart from this, it was a standard ransom note in the screen, but this is also getting developed in multiple phases. The developers are doing various additional functionalities to this, and it's targeting towards multiple industry. So this is one thing which we thought slightly different. And Maze, okay, before touching on Maze, this quickly reminds me of one more ransom. It's called Lucifer. Okay, so something very unique what I've identified is the hybrid malware family. So Lucifer can do a cryptojacking, it can do a DDoS, and it will also do a ransomware activity. While I don't want to go in detail, maybe whenever you have time, I request to go through in detail because it's quite interesting to understand that malware family. So back to Maze, I'm sure most of you are following Maze. It is in the news for some time. Most of the organization got impacted, even in India. So Maze as a ransomware, before we get more detail, I thought we will map the maze into the navigation techniques of the adversary actions. So previously, we used to discuss about kill chain activity by Lockheed Martin, right? So any sophisticated attack, could be a ransomware or a malware or a targeted attack, we used to map it to the 7 stages of a kill chain. So starting from the reconnaissance activity, weaponization, payload delivery, until the C2C and end. So it was used to map. So recently, the attack framework from MITRE, right? So it is used widely and it covers not just 7, it goes more in details of explanation. So with respect to Maze, I thought I will map the adversary techniques so that we have a clear understanding to it. So like the any form of an inspection, so it goes through an initial access, okay, which you can map it to the or relate it to the reconnaissance activity in the attack kill chain, cyber kill chain framework. So initial access of the maze was done with mostly as spear phishing, but though there were some of the exploration techniques also happening. So it was identified that email with something samples of a resume, a Word document with embedded controls were delivered to the victim, and the moment victim downloaded, the exploitation started and the propagations happened. Similarly, starter also started exploiting some of the vulnerabilities in Adobe Flash Player, and from there it goes to a persistence stage where the persistence was maintained by creating malicious scripts on the startup. Goes through a privilege escalation where the admin level privileges were obtained by these malwares by typically using Mimikatz. That's what we have identified, and goes through a defensivation where the security controls of the endpoints were compromised. It was able to hide comfortably behind the existing security controls. It was able to identify multiple directories in the network and finally establishing a C2C communication. And this C2C was purely on a standard application layer protocol. And we have also seen something in the DNS layer, right? And final is the impact. So impact, it was slightly different. So where most of the ransomware were just encrypting the data and demanding for a ransom, here, of course, they did an encryption. They also tried to find out any cloud backups available, and they did go and try to do an encryption of the cloud backups. Overall, during this infection stage or intrusion stage, they were able to exfiltrate confidential data out of this organization. And the ransom was demanded for two things: one for decryption, and obviously threatening if there is no ransom paid, the data can be exposed to the public. So, which creates a lot of compliance issues to an organization. So it was pretty elaborate, and Maze ransomware was using RSA 2048 encryption keys. And if you observe, this is not something really new, right? It was a part of the previous year's Chacha family, same level of encryption algorithms were used. So why I'm giving you this background is we need to understand the adversarial actions. And if you have noticed, I'm not sure if the numbers are visible to you. So there is numbers which is mentioned below each of the techniques. So these were the indicators which you have identified out of this family. Similar kind of explanation, we will map it when we are discussing about the demo and related concepts.
So Ganesh, there's a number also there. For example, this external services, there is a T1133, right?
Correct.
So what that number depicts, it's investigation technology. You try to map the particular ways or IOCs in a particular group, and that number represent that group, or what that number represent?
Okay, for example, in the initial access, we have T1133. So
Yeah.
these are all the numbers which are related to the techniques which is already mapped in MITRE framework. So
Okay.
MITRE has the complete elaborate framework of each stages. What are the exploit techniques which attacker can use? So it is relatively mapping those techniques to the numbers. For example, 1133 maps to external remote services. Similarly, the spear phishing attack. So below that also, if you could see, there is a number mentioned in the red color, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
these are the indicators which you have identified against these MITRE framework.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just for an understanding of how the mapping happens, but important thing for us to take away from this slide is the adversarial actions, the techniques what they're using, and the other TTPs we will discuss in the coming slides. All right. So we being the security guys, and in our organizations, mostly we have been using some of the other endpoint security tools, right? And mostly we put our best effort in terms of securing the endpoints, educating the users, and doing some level of a control. But we could see that these kind of attacks are still being successful, right? The existing defense are not able to control these kind of an attacks. So if you have to think through or map it relatively to the industry, why it is failing, three things comes into mind. First thing, majority of the customers where I have been interacting, the technologies which they have been using is almost of a signature based detections. So signature-based detections were good for maybe 10 years before, but recent attacks, malwares, ransomwares, or even you take a sophisticated targeted attacks, are all exploiting the zero-day vulnerabilities. So zero-day vulnerabilities, you don't have a signature, you don't have a defense mechanism. That's why most of the signature-based detection mechanism fails today. Second, you might have some controls in your network, you might have some controls of security defense across your security architecture. But the problem statement is these are all good when they are operating independently, but these are not able to pass on the intelligence to the relatively closer technologies where the intelligence are definitely required. For example, you have a firewall which can't pass on the information to your endpoint. Endpoint can't pass on your information to IPS. So you have good technologies, but these are all silo, so they can't integrate and create some security awareness in the current framework of security architecture. Third approach, while most of us take, is investing on an EDR. So EDR is endpoint detection and response. While it's a good approach, what happens is it is completely confined to one area, which is endpoint, right? It can't look into any other parts of your network. I'll give you a background why we are talking this. Let's take an example of maze again. So initial access, let's take a T1193 this time. So this is a spear phishing attack, right? And the black screen, what you see is the indicators, the SHA value, and the description is also available. So any spear phishing attack, if you look at a framework or an architecture in your organization, will pass to your perimeter firewall, will hit your email security solution, then comes to your user's mailbox, or maybe crosses your inbox and touches your mailbox. So what if my security solutions in the perimeter, my firewall, definitely would have identified or created some alert. My mail security solution would have identified and created some alert. And those informations or these indicators were given to the endpoint security solution. So this could have been proactively blocking or at least identifying that some attack in the network is happening and how it has to be prepared enough to look into it. Another example, persistence. So related to Maze, what these attackers have done is they have logged into the Citrix server where the password was very weak, and from there they were able to establish a persistence source. So typically there is an IPS layer in the perimeter. So IPS will generate obviously some alerts, and if I could have consumed these alerts and passed on the information on the endpoint, so maybe some level of intelligence could have been created. C2C, same way. C2C is the final activity, as I was explaining. This is when the infection happened, the ransomware guys have started controlling your network and they are communicating back to the control center, which means the intrusion has already happened. Outbound communication is happening from your network. When there is an outbound communication, obviously my endpoint would have triggered at least some alerts of either if not the complete ransomware based on the tool what you use, at least some level of a detection, some modification has been identified. And these IOCs, what you could see is are something related to the domains, right? So new domains were created during the maze and these were used for C2C activity. And if the endpoint got the capability of talking to your perimeter DNS security solution about this, maybe you would have stopped the C2C communications. So what you're trying to figure out is today there are multiple security controls working in silos, but the intelligence of integrating these all components together and getting a security view out of it is difficult. That's why we are seeing that most of the attacks are getting successful in the network or in the endpoints. So maybe later in the presentation, you will identify that it's just not a ransomware attack. Ransomware could be one of the view to trick an organization, but otherwise there is something happening in the behind. So if this is the approach where most of us are following, so obviously now we get upset, right? We all as security guys get upset. The CISO is obviously going to get upset because the infection has happened, the network is compromised, and he is responsible for explaining to the management of what is the security functionalities we have. So we all get upset. So Vinayak sir, what do you feel about this upset till now?
Yeah, means I think uh, what it is really, man, that is a one important point that you talked about is uh, the the gaps in solutions like an endpoint and um, the siloed approaches which has been adopted for the between the endpoint and network security. And then, although we are trying to find a solution for in terms of EDR, but probably all that still can be engineered by these ransomware families to really penetrate into the organization. And that is how means the ransomware in 2 3 of things that you talked about, which are those area in persistent, in C2C, and in initial penetration in the organization. So 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 understanding this, so how does means this has been studied or analyzed by Palo Alto team? It's like what kind of effort that you basically put together to understand and in a way typograph it. So you try to put some number connecting to the MITRE framework. You try to also map the IOC. So how do you do that as a engineering effort or innovation effort that goes into this?
Sure. So, few things what we talked about till now are the adversary actions, how the adversaries are creating the tools and techniques. This is a high level of understanding the activities created by these adversaries. Second, we talked about the gaps, why these are not able to do that, right? But if you look at it's a ransomware attack, typically targeting the encryption, we could have detected or prevented the solution. So there is slightly a different approach which is required for us to defend against these areas. So that's when we land into the detection and prevention part. So I take the privilege to explain about XDR solution in Palo Alto briefly, just giving you a view of how in Palo Alto networks we approach this kind of a scenario. So if you noticed, we are calling this as XDR instead of the traditional EDR platforms, right? So what we really mean by XDR is filling the gaps or the what are the siloed issue what we talked about. We'll be able to address those issues. So primarily, what the approach we have taken in terms of these kind of issues is we have completely moved on to the cloud data lake kind of architecture, right? I'm sure if you are from a SOC background, you used to have a SIM, the log management solutions, and all these things, which are only alerting based solutions. The moment you have to run a and ML, right, to detect these kind of a ransomware or sophisticated attacks, you require to have a huge data set. Huge data set can be built on the cloud seamlessly, and we have taken that approach. We have created a huge data lake for the customers, which means customers don't have to worry about building a hardware infrastructure, redundancy, scalability. Everything is taken in the cloud. Now, if you are a Palo Alto customer, you are using an extension firewall from Palo Alto, those can be configured to send a rich context data to the Cortex data lake. If you are not using Palo Alto, you are using other solutions, perfectly fine. So this can also be configured to send the alert logs in a zip format to the Cortex data lake. So what we have done now, we have collected the network related logs and consolidated in the data lake. Now on the endpoint, like any other solution, you will have an endpoint agent installed. Here it is called Cortex XDR agent, which will do two things. So one, primarily collecting the endpoint data and sending to the data lake. Second, it can act as an enforcement node, which means if I have to take some actions on the endpoint, I'll use this agent to do the enforcement. And if you are into public workloads, typically Azure, AWS, GCP, and there is a virtual firewall in front, we'll be able to collect those logs. And now if you see, I have the entire network, endpoint, and cloud logs available for me in the data lake. In any of the large SOCs also, if you could notice, majority of the alerts or the incidents happens from the network and the endpoint only. So I have collected all the data, contextualized it, and once I enable the Cortex XDR license, which is the industry's leading ML-powered engine, we will be able to proactively detect and protect an organization against these sophisticated attacks. So quickly jumping in, XDR becomes a single console or a single agent for you, unified agent, which does the EPP function, which means your legacy antivirus solutions can be replaced. It also gives you an EDR functionality. And apart from just an EDR, because we are also relying on the behavioral analytics, we could do a behavioral analytics for the users and also for the network. So it becomes an integrated approach. While if you decide I want only an endpoint, that can also be done. So you can just take an endpoint solution, but others remains as an add-on component. So, but the approach here is we are not just looking at an endpoint. The approach is if you could look at network, endpoint, and cloud where critical data is residing, you'll be able to make a lot of analytics out of it. So just quick, this is a unified agent, which means there's no separate agents for your endpoints, separate agents for the servers. All platforms are common. We can run on a Windows, Linux, Mac, Android platform, and even on your video workloads. So if this kind of an approach is taken, maybe we will be able to remove all the blind spots in the network. We get an integrated view. And for example, if I get an alert in the firewall, of that intelligence is stitched to the endpoint. So maybe when the adversaries are moving, if you notice that it takes a persistent, it takes a privilege escalation, there is some level of movement happening, right? So the detection controls across the organization can detect it, and that can also help us in terms of identifying the attack. So before moving forward, I think let's have a poll quickly to understand a few areas about you. Can we have the poll, please?
Okay, I think, can we move forward, please? Yeah. So Ganesh, I think before we go forward, right? So there is one question as well for us to take, and I'm just trying to elaborate that question with a larger understanding. The question talks about the the APT of, so there is APT of X company, AV of other company, and both company doesn't have signature. Each of them, then how to integrate the IOCs or signature hashes and not doing the same manually. So let's try to reflect on with this question. Let's have to reflect on something that you talk about. You talked about the data lake that you help create, and that data lake can be used and leveraged by the many organizations. It's a kind of platform basically, where all this data, which is at a different endpoint plus many other applications, so the data can be pulled to the data lake basically, pushed to the data lake, and then so in a way, if you really want to do in a very policy driven way, so there's a concept, architectural concept called as a policy definition point. So by collecting all this information, and that too in a very typographic way, where you know the numbers associated with that, you know what is exactly TTP for that, and you know what kind of IOCs which are involved into that. So if you are able to typograph it well, and then you can automate it well, like for example. So then automation has two things. One is to identify the problem and actions required to be taken. Another part you also talked about, one of the important one, the enforcement point. So security solution has two attributes basically. One, help you to understand what is going wrong, and which help you to define the policy definition point, and other which probably help you to take the enforcing action basically. And you talked about that key endpoint can also take enforcement basically, or firewall can take enforcing action basically. So all these architectural evaluation basically is happening is to pull all the data possible from all other sources. Means no matter there are different solutions from different companies. That's the question talks about basically. So you create a data lake which helps you to understand situation, and which also tells you this is the problem and you need to take action. So is this a something that I understand? Probably is the right understanding that I'm carrying forward?
Sure. So the approach what we have mentioned is typically we are targeting the endpoint, network, and cloud coming together.
Yeah.
Right? That's why we are creating a data lake and passing on the intelligence and working. So going back to the question, I think question is typically saying if I use the APT solution from X company and my endpoints are a different company, right, or the different OEMs. So if you look at APT or malware, the research or reverse engineering, right? So typically you do that in a format of sandboxing, where if you say APT is from X company, you have a different sandboxing solution associated for it. AV who doesn't have a sandbox. If at all you look at an EDR where the sandboxing can be done, that is in a different sandboxing solution. We are saying that's the challenge, right? So you should look at a unified approach. Even if you take larger of the companies, I have seen one of the largest SOC where there are close to 25 plus security technologies available, right? Integrating, getting the intelligence done, or typically getting into an issue. That's why over the period of last 4 to 5 years, all the industries are looking at how do I consolidate all my security controls so that I can easily pass on the information exchange between, so that I can also automate. So that's the approach which most of the teams are taking it today.
So in a way, every security solution now throws some information for others to reflect on, to analyze, and it also takes an action basically based on the information thrown by others. Right? So means in a way, a security solution is a leveraging the data which is being generated by other solution and analyzing, and some signals which is coming to them to take action. And while taking action, they also generate information, and that generate information is made available for others to use. So is a fair understanding?
That's definitely true. So we have not touched that part actually. So as of now, we have just touched upon the endpoint and network. When it comes to the response, which is towards the end of the session, we'll talk about how the IOCs can be exchanged, how the enforcement of any third party I can take. So those things we are going to cover. Maybe
Okay.
I'll park this question for some time till
Sure.
the end.
Sure. So we can go ahead.
Yeah. Sure. All right. So it's very important that investigation has to be carried out, whether it's a massive impact to your organization or just identified some of the activity and it's yet to breach. So how do we investigate is the question. But before that, why investigate, right? All of us understand investigation is very important. We need to understand, but looking from a managerial level, right? So your CISOs or your uh, directors of the company might ask one standard questions of, because we are concerned about the business, so they need to understand who is trying to attack. Are there any critical information which this attacker has taken from us? or what is the scope and extent of attack? This is only my one branch is infected, or all my 400, 500 branches are infected. So the concerns are very valid from a managerial level, and we as a security guys should be in a position to answer all these. But we are security guys, right? In the field, we are trying to analyze, work with multiple data. So we need to get more information apart from these questions to be answered to the management. So any investigation goes through a life cycle, irrespective of what kind of organization you work. You might be a small team of 2 or 3 guys working in the security operations, or you might be a single guy looking into the operations implementation, or it could be a large stock also, right? But any of this goes through a standard life cycle. First one of the life cycle is always the triage process. Triage process is very critical when it comes to any incident, because these are the guys, let's say for example a triage analyst. First of all, he has to understand what is the source, what is the destination, what kind of an attack it is, and trying to get as much as more information possible so that he can qualify this incident as a positive, true positive incident, or it's a false positive alert, ignore. So majority of the decision are given to the triage guys, which means it's a crucial role. But sad part is the triage analyst for any incident, he might have to take only close to 2 or 3 minutes, because if it is a large stock, you might have multiple alerts. You have to look into all the alerts and you have to take a decision. So within 2 or 3 minutes, a triage analyst should be in a position to take a call of whether I should escalate this to my next incident guy who is going to analyze this incident and take a response, or I drop it as if it is a false positive. Mostly, if you have noticed, the triage analysts are somewhere between 0 to 5 years of experience and understanding of security background, multiple tools and technologies might be limited. So maybe he has to be supported by some tools or technologies where he can get as much as information possible. So this process is very critical in any organization. Once triage is done, it goes through the other process. Let's say, for example, triage analyst has approved this is a true positive incident, which means the next investigator or an incident responder has to take some action into it. For example, it could be a containment action, could be in terms of determining the scope, what extent of the attack has been propagated in the network, going towards a remediation action, and finally he might also escalate further to the T3 guys to understand what is the risk posture assessment, and he has to also do a damage control of the scenario. So this is a high level life cycle, like it has to go through this kind of a life cycle whenever you're trying to investigate. Everybody has their own way of investigation. So I do investigation in my own fashion. So maybe you might have some better approach to do, but end of the day, the areas where we have to look into is not very stable. So everybody looks at various areas, and the triage analyst end of the day is not able to get a proper information for him to qualify the attacks. So now it's time to get upset, the theme which you have been talking about. So maybe I request your attention for next 5 to 10 minutes. So this will be the critical component as security guys for us to understand in detail. So as upset, we have been talking. So it's nothing but an acronym which we are using in Palo Alto, and which is very important for the analysts, incident responders, frontline design members for us to understand and remember, right? So if you are not able to understand this upset, maybe we are not able to take the adversary down. So upset, as I said, it's a methodology, it's a framework which is built in Palo Alto, recommended for all the incident response team. The areas where you should be looking at, right? It's derived in such a way that you have to investigate the user accounts, persistence mechanisms used by these attackers, the systems involved, end games, and the TDPs. If you could see UPSET. So this is the upset acronym which we were talking about. Any incident investigation or incident response, you should be able to clearly identify the data out of these 5 methods. If you look at from an offensive part, the attackers, they will also go around these critical components to compromise your network. So we should also be in the similar lines to understand. So we made it very simple, upset, everybody will understand. So now we'll be able to know what are the areas you have to go into and verify the data. So with this, let me go through in detail. So here we'll do two types of role. One, I'll explain how an adversary will look into when I try to compromise, and as an incident responder or the tier one analyst, how you have to look into the data. So typically, if I'm an adversary, if I have to compromise an organization X, okay, so my first priority will be to identify the accounts which will be privileged in nature, so that once I compromise those accounts, I'll be able to move closer to my target or my end mission, right? So qualifying the accounts is very important for me. Maybe as advisory, my target will be the privilege accounts, so I might not be able to land there. So I try to get something into the service accounts. I try to get more information about the application login accounts. And finally, if not anything else, I should be able to land into the end user system accounts. So this is the user account level compromise. So recently we have identified one of our customer who got compromised in a public cloud environment where the IAM user credentials are exposed, right? So immediate action for incident responder is to identify what is the exposure of this user. Maybe this user has got an exposure to the storage buckets or any other exposure. So priority is to disable the user account or write a policy in terms this user doesn't get any traffic to it. So key from a defense perspective, you should identify in your organization who are the key accounts or what are the key accounts you should be having a critical view onto that. Second is the persistence. So I have done an effort or I have taken an effort of doing a spear phishing. You as a user has clicked it, and as an advisory, I have already landed into your system. Once it landed into your system, it's important that I establish a persistence, right? Because if I have landed and so what if you do a reboot of your machine, I lose the connectivity. So I never would like to do a one more spear phishing campaign and try to again get an access to your system. So the priority will be I maintain a persistence. For maintaining the persistence, I might create some startup script which will go run when the system boots, or maybe I'll create some scheduled tasks. Or most of the scenarios, we have also seen that now the adversaries are able to modify your master boot records. And finally, of course, the registry keys. We touch upon the registry key also, right? So with all these mechanisms, as an adversary, I will be able to maintain a persistence from your network. So as an incident responders or investigation people, we should be able to gather information around all these aspects to identify the attack. Now, a very important point, which is systems, right? So ideally through a spear phishing campaign or any other methodology, I land into a system. So once an adversary lands into a system, it's important for me to find out where I land. Maybe I would land into an application server, or I will land into a end machine only. So from where I can go closer to my target. So let's say, for example, my target is to reach the database. And if I've landed into an application server, easy for me to reach. But if I'm into the end user workstation, I have to move laterally to get into the target. So what I do typically, once I have a foothold into one of the systems, I try to move laterally into your network and establish additional foothold and establish a command and control. Sometimes what happens, we as an incident guys or security guys identify the threat. Let's say, for example, we have identified an infection of a malware in 4 or 5 systems and we have cleared it. We think that we have taken down the adversaries, but never know. As I said, through the propagation mechanism, I would have literally moved into your network without creating any noise. Silently, I'll be sitting without any encryption, without any data compromise. Silently, I'll behave. And for 15, 20 days later, maybe I'll try to again regenerate my tasks. So it's very critical to understand what are the systems got impacted in your network. If 2 systems are impacted by ransomware, it doesn't mean that only these 2 systems got impacted, right? I could be having a foothold in additional systems where you have to look into carefully. And end game, very critical, right? So as an adversary, I should be talking about why I compromised you, why I'm landing here. So my end game or my mission as an adversary could be if it is a ransomware, I say I encrypt your data and demand for a ransom. If my intention was to take a data out, exfiltrate your data, so my priority would be to exfiltrate the data. And maybe a few times what happens is if it is a nationwide targeted attack, so these kind of an attacks are just one example or a sample wherein the critical attacks are going to be into the physical form. So that could be multiple mission for an adversary to handle it, right? One key thing which we have to notice, and I would take an example of maze again, right? Maze, if you have seen, we have talked about multiple TTPs or techniques during our initial presentation. So we said persistence establishment, we said C2C. So end game need not be a particular themed guys. For example, it need not be a one target group which is trying to do. For example, as an adversary, my end game is just to compromise your organization and establish a persistence. Then I will hand it over to the other team. The other team's objective will be to reach towards the end goal, which is towards the database, laterally move. And finally, there could be some other team who will be working on whether to exfiltrate data or encrypt the data. So it is not just one group which is going to work if it is a critical attack. So it might be multiple group of adversaries who will be working into. So it's important to identify the end game completely, not just one mission objective. Finally, we land on to the TTPs, the tactics, techniques, and procedures. So it's always important to identify what are the TTPs used by the compromising, which is an adversary. So as an adversary, I will need not look into creating multiple attacks frameworks every time. Maybe I try to use the exploits, whatever is already available. I try to use some of the tools which you have to compromise you. So multiple things which are already available will be my first priority, which could be a living of the land or social engineering, or if it is demanding, I might create some new forms on attack and start compromising the organization. So as a detecting people, it's important for us to know what are the TTPs these guys are using. Finally, to put everything together in the TTP, this slide is going to give you a small explanation about how it works. Let's assume, for example, this is a network boundary behind which there's an application server and a database server running. As an adversary, I'll use my first technique of exploiting the vulnerabilities in this application server. Let's say some applications or the endpoints in this applications I could exploit. So I'll exploit, I get an access, I'll elevate my privileges to the admin level privileges. Since only this server has got an access to the database server, I try to reach to the database server through a lateral movement. The first objective or mission objective could be to target this application server, and my second objective was to compromise the database. Right? This is how the TTPs work in the setup. Now, I believe you get the upset what we are trying to achieve over this session. So these are the 5 questions a security analyst, a security engineering team, or if you are incident responder, you should be remembering when you are doing a investigation. As I said, it is not just post-breach investigation. Even if you detect an attack, it is important for you to look into all these 5 areas to ensure that at least the system otherwise is stable and compliant and not compromised. So this is the framework of attack which you wanted to speak about. I hope you all get the upset now. So Vinaksa, what's your thought on this upset?
Yeah, so I think this framework looks good to really understand this much better, or prepare much better, and more importantly, configure your defense better actually. So definitely means we will like to see how it works, and that's what the next part of the presentation would be, right?
Definitely, sir. Yep. Rightly
But
said.
before we go further, there's one question. This is again the data lake specific point. The organization builds their SOC, right, with the SIM solution, and all of those devices are connected to SIM solution. And now most of the SIM solution also are enabled with the state-of-art machine learning and AI kind of capability. So this is still the data lake if SIM solution equipped to all of these capabilities. So still, do you feel the need of a data lake, or SIM itself can be thought in terms of data lake? So can you just reflect on this question?
Yeah, it's a very good question actually, because the SIM industry itself evolving towards a data lake. So Manoj, if you have noticed previously when the SIM was built, it was typically the logger solutions which we used to have for storing the logs, and SIM always correlation related solutions, right? You create some correlation rules, 20 rules, 50 rules, and we are able to detect any of the attacks going through these correlation rules, and you guys able to take a response action. Adding a data lake was something very recent which the SIM team was also creating, right? So what A and ML which are going to run on the data lake on the SIM? When you have the defense tools, like for example, you go for a separate UEBA solution from XYZ vendor, they'll have a separate storage solution, they have a separate analytics for that. EDR, you have a separate analytics. When you consolidate, again, you are consolidating only onto your correlation layer. So approach what you're taking is, of course, if you have an SIEM, you have a data lake available, you need to have more data for you to analyze when it comes to an analytics platform. So that analytics you have to depend on either some tools like threat intel tools, or you might take some SOAR tools for your advantage and you can operate. That's one way to look into it. But still, as I stated in the beginning, even if you're having an SIEM in your SOC, you see 50-60% of alerts are completely from your endpoint and network. So instead of you troubling your SIEM with a separate data lake solution, if that can be done in an endpoint itself, and if my endpoint is going to do all this analytics and give you one trigger of an alert that so and so machines got compromised and giving you data, that is more important for you, right? So that's why we are completely different from a traditional SIEM player solutions. And of course, we are not replacing an SIEM. The data lake, all here we are talking about is getting advanced analytics created for you as a customers.
Okay. Okay. So now we can go to the next part of the presentation.
Great. So I think so much of talking now. Let's get into a demo. A few things which I wanted to say. So demo, what we have created now will be in line of what we have been talking about. So typically in Cortex XDR tool, which we are going to see as a live demo, we have created some attack scenarios so that the alerts got generated. All the scenarios, what we have done is configure the tools set to alert only, right? Which means even this attack could have been blocked initially by the firewall or initially by the endpoint security solution from Palo Alto. But we have configured in such a way that it just alerts so that we get a complete detailed view of an attack so that we can follow what is the upset we are trying to communicate. That's one thing, right? Second, this tool can be used by all types of teams. Could be a tier 1 analyst, tier 2 analyst, or tier 3 analyst. Maybe I'll try to play all these roles and show you how a analyst could look into it. So this as a background. Again, remembering the attack could have been blocked in the first attempt, but we are allowing it to propagate so that we can show you a detailed view. So with that, let's get into the demo. Right. So this is the console of Cortex XDR. The moment you log in, so you get an incident management dashboard. You get a complete view of the top incidents, who are the incident responders, I mean, or otherwise, who are the guys who have been assigned these incidents, how many is open, how many is closed. So we will come back to this if time permits, but otherwise, we will straight away go to the incident dashboard and look at the number of incidents available. So from the dashboard, I navigate to the incident management dashboard. So this gives me the number of incidents available based on the severity. So if I am a triage analyst, it's important for me to look at the incidents which are high severity, right? Maybe you can configure or move it as critical as the top, and maybe lowest bottom should have the least privileged ones. So the one which we want to investigate is a sophisticated attack which we have created, so which has multiple attacks generated and various sophistication. I'll just click on it and move on to the incident. Right. So from this previous screen, we moved on to a particular incident. So today's our objective is to go deep into this incident and identify or gather as much as information as possible. So from the incident screen, we have navigated to the particular incident. First thing, which is a very good advantage for the analyst, is you need not look into multiple alerts. For example, if there is a compromise happens, that compromise could have been done in multiple systems or multiple tools and technologies, generating multiple alerts to you, right? What we have done is we have grouped all the alerts together and we are creating as one single incident. So coming back to the analyst view, the moment I log in as a triage analyst, I am getting a complete key artifacts of this attack, right? I get a complete information of what are the various attacks which has happened, which are the machines which got compromised. So here I should see there are 4 machines, 5 users involved in this compromise. Okay, so if it is not visible to you, let me zoom it. So 4 PCs, 5 users got compromised overall, and I can get an information of various data from this artifacts itself. So priority one for me to look at what is that compromise happen. So this tool we have integrated with the threat intel from VirusTotal, or it's also integrated autofocus feeds from Palo Alto, and the sandboxing solution, all the zero-day analytics solution from Palo Alto is Wildfire, that's also pre-integrated. So quickly as an analyst, if I log in, I see the screen, I see the data. Okay. So quickly, I want to understand what is this mimic access, because I'm playing a role of analyst. So I will click on it and I'll say autofocus analysis, right? So autofocus, as I said, threat intel from Palo Alto is going to give me various analysis. So which means I've already seen this malware and I'm able to look at various behaviors. So we can get more information from this. Similarly, to cross check, I will go to the virus total, and in the virus total, again, it says it's a malicious, so multiple details I could gather it. Now, I understand there is an attack, seems to be severe. So from a user perspective, I identify who are the users. From the systems perspective, how I identify how many systems are compromised. I'm getting an answer. Now, I want to get more information. So I'll choose this first user, which is Collier. So I go here, I right click the Collier user, and I click on the analyst. So it takes me to the analysis page. I'll maximize. Okay. So from here, the tier 1 analyst has to look into the critical components of this, right? First, we will see there is a 7-zip which is created an alert, which means the WinZip has opened a file which is Avengers Endgame, okay, which is MP4 file was opened by this user, the Collier user has opened, and the Avengers seems to be an exe file which was running in the background, and that has led to a Quasar client. So Quasar, if you have noticed, it's a RAT, remote access Trojan. So it is triggering a Trojan client. So once a Trojan is landed in your system, so next process is it should elevate its privileges, right? And if you see, it is trying to identify the applications which are running in your system. So here I'm referring. Okay, one second. Right. So here I'm referring to the commands, right? So this is the view which I'm saying. So there are multiple commands which will get executed here. So from this, I will move to the next one. So this is moved to a command.exe. Shell is open, and command.shell is again triggering to a new attack of Quasar client, which is running in a escalated privileges. So these 3 steps are primarily to elevate the privileges and run the Quasar client again. So here we will get more information, right? From here, 2 processes are running. First process, let's quickly check. So here the command says, right, the user is trying to run a process which is going to run on a startup, which means this is a persistence mechanism used by the adversary. So he has compromised, he has created a task which is going to run on your boot up. So a persistence is going to be maintained. And with the elevated privileges, the command shell is going to be open. And command, if you see, it is with a phrase of /k, which means the command will run. And once the command is executed, I'll again get a command prompt back, which means the terminal is not going to be closed. So let's come to the first one, which is the task kill. Okay, so here in the first one, which is task, is if you look at the commands, he's trying to kill certain processes, and he's trying to execute some of his own process. And similarly, the net.exe. So if you see this command, the command which is trying to execute is netgroup/domain, which means after compromising a machine, he is trying to identify various domains available in that machine. Once he gets the domain details, next commands which the adversary is executing is get same net.exe, but he is identifying for finance domain, which means net group finance/domain will throw the details about the finance domain details, the user and all the details. Similarly, the command is executed for contractors, IT teams, sales teams. So I'm not going one by one, but all the information we will get it. So which means the adversary is going to get a data of complete domain group details. Once if I am an adversary, right, if I've got all these details, my immediate next step is to get the user credentials. So in this attack, if you see, now he has used a proc term. If you have noticed in the previous windows, like there's las.exe, or even in Windows 10, we have the SAM directory, right, which is security informations are stored, like passwords or critical informations are stored. So what this adversary is trying to do, he has executed this command, which means he is doing a password dump. Once the password dump is created, Mimikatz is run. So Mimikatz, if you have heard, it's a tool for credential harvesting. So the first command of Mimikatz, what he is executed is he's trying to get the login password dump executed through this Mimikatz, and subsequently he's trying to get all the domain informations. Right. So um, so we get all the informations, fine, and finally what we get is the psec. So he's trying to execute the psec, which is a command. I'm trying to move the malware laterally. So from this machine, I'm trying to move the malware to the other machine. So here the username is different, right? So I have moved the malware to a different machine. So as an analyst, I'm looking at first level, got all the details. So I have to move this data. I mean, this is moved. So I get into the other user accounts. Other user accounts, we get similar fashion. The attack gets triggered from this PSEC and goes through the same order. And finally, he goes and executes a command where he is clearing the logs. Right? So which means we are able to identify as an analyst that there is an attack, multiple systems are compromised, multiple users are compromised. So I escalate it to the incident manager. So as an incident manager, it is critical for him to get some more information to see whether other systems or what is the end game, right? So now I will play a play of tier 2 analyst where I have to look into more information. So I click the command, I come back to the processes which is running. So in the process, the objective is to identify what are the critical processes which these guys have run. So considering the limit of time, so maybe I'll just rush through. So all these things are taken up, but one critical thing which I have to notice is the SQL dump. So the adversaries has come to my system, moved laterally, multiple users were compromised, and he has reached my SQL server and he is taking a data dump backup. So my clear target is identified that data is compromised in the system. So as an analyst, I identified there's a compromise happened. So it is important for us to get so much of information whenever you are doing an analysis further for information. So you have to get all this data, and so which is very critical for you to look for multiple details. So I have all the data now, and hence the analysis to an extent is completed. But few things which is very important is, so we got the processes, we got the users who are compromised, but we could see some of the two alerts, which is unknown IP, which is coming in, right? So it's important for us to identify what these IPs are also. So we can get into an IP view. IP view will give us the number of issues which it has identified, and are there any other actions needs to be taken apart from the traditional ones what we have identified. So this view will give you, like for example, from the internal IP, how it is communicating to the external world, how much of traffic or the number of sessions has been sent out, and which country. And in the right hand side, if you see, it will also give you the related threats. So this is how you get into a threat hunting part, right? So not just identifying. So once, of course, you have identified, then you go to a containment. As a tier 3 analyst, I have to do a threat hunting, identify more. So this internal IP got compromised, then it is going to the malicious multiple other networks. Internally also, it is creating multiple sessions. So this is the way you should be looking at, right? So again, coming back again on the upset framework or the methodology which we talked about, the investigation process has to be in such line that you identify these 5 critical components which we talked about. So the users, persistent, system, endgame, and finally your TTPs. So this is the way you would be investigating about. And as I said, this tool could have blocked. The blocking mechanisms are all shown here in the triage process. The integration is critical, right? So one, I'll just close this demo with one information passing on. We talked about firewall getting integrated to an endpoint. So let's say, for example, now we have not found out if your CISO asks you, all fine, but what if why this guy has executed this WinZip file, how it has landed. So it's important for me if I can get some information from the firewall. So firewall, anyway, it is identifying that there are malicious scripts run and there are various attack scenarios has come into picture. Now I can also get into this and configure the system in terms of how can get the email attachments or email sender or email recipient. So I get more information. So the source of the email is from this and the recipient of the email is Collier, which means it's a phishing attack which has come to my network over a WinZip file where this user compromise and lateral movement has taken place. So this is how typical investigation has to go through. It is just a quick demo which I wanted to do, and you guys can practice in your systems what are available in your network in terms of the same upset framework. So hope it was information related to the upset was given. So let me quickly get into the operations phase, which we talked about. So once what we have done till now is we have identified some of the issues into the system. Then we said siloed approach is not good, getting to a different approach. We talked about our upset framework, and now with the SOC, you have already SIEM, and you can think of an automation of this response. So what are the activities we have done are all manual activities. So we may think of automation. Let's say again the Maze ransomware. If it was an impact and you had a tool like SOAR, so which is a security orchestration, automation, and response tool, that could have something called as playbook. While you might have it in the manual form in the existing SOC, you can create a virtual playbooks here, and that can be used for automation. Which means from the initial access itself, the playbook could have triggered, and it could have identified the issue. The triage could be taken automatically, extract could have happened, and finally the endpoints which are impacted can be identified and isolated. So XOR is a platform which is typically a SOAR technology which you can leverage for in case you want to do a automation part. So playbook, typically if you're not noticed, so this is how a playbook, you define an action for each category, and those action items are fired by the SOAR platforms. So SOAR platform typically will look like this. You have the multiple playbooks created for each attack, and each playbook has multiple action items which starts triggering automatically when there is a requirement or alerts triggered. So SOAR platform, as one of the gentlemen asked in the beginning, you might use any of your security system. It can be APT from a third party, it can be Palo Alto or any other solution. It can be integrated with all your existing solution, and automation can be done. Threat exchange can happen. All these things can happen with this SOAR kind of a platforms. So final approach towards your security operations. End of the day, we have to run on the security operations. So there are some prevention mechanism available. Could be a Palo Alto or your third-party solutions. Then there are some prevention, as I said, could be an endpoint network. So prevention can help you as much as possible, but at the same time, detection and response is definitely required, whether it's a targeted attack now going through your organization. So you have a detection and investigation platform. And finally, if automation required, that can be integrated. So which makes easy for the analyst and the incident responders to look into the investigations and take appropriate action. So I think more or less we have come to the final session. And to quickly recap, we talked about XDR solution. We talked about upset, which is critical to remember the framework, right? So even if you are today from tomorrow, you are trying to do some analysis, try to practice this upset framework, which will be beneficial to you. And finally, we talked about the automation of how things can be automated in your SOC. And before we close and have further discussion, I think we'll have a small poll again. So can we have the poll, please?
But I think Ganesh, like this is quite a good comprehensive view and even the demo of how exactly it happens, right? So putting it all together, right, and making it sure that uh, uh, you are able to orchestrate all those nuances, all of those granularities, and all of those different dimensions, different areas, right? So, and to take that decision of security or take that decision of creating an instance, basically. So, so how much part of this is really automated, Miss? And where exactly it's going? For example, uh, is there with this approach, is there a kind of a SLA or a performance that we can put that with this kind of skill, with this kind of capabilities, you can really manage this kind of a intrusion or a breach in this kind of a time period. So because increasingly the security is talking about the language of performance. So is it possible to really commit something with these all approaches, all these divergent way of doing thing and putting them all together and orchestrating in a such a way that it delivers the value and the performance, and that is the expectation as well. So most of the management teams would like to expect things are identified, which may potentially create an issue, identified timely and acted timely, and outcome is also delivered out of it. So how much we are there? This could be a last question to close the discussion, but this was really great presentation and great uh, deliberation in terms of taking us through all of those things at the ground level. But you can close this discussion with this answering this question.
Sure. This is a very good question. So typically in a large SOC environment, right, the problem statement of SOC manager or the CISO is a lot of investment have gone into the SOC, but how do I measure it? So that measurement criteria is very critical. The measurement criteria for a SOC is mean time to detect and mean time to respond. That's why we are all held responsible, right? So we need to detect an attack and quickly respond to that. So this can be reduced. So time to detect has to reduce, time to respond has to reduce. Maybe without the automation platform today, I take some half an hour, 1 hour. If it's a sophisticated attack, it can go to 2 days or 3 days in terms of identifying all these adversaries. So objective is to reduce time to detect, reduce time to react or respond. This can happen only if automation is in place. So that's why the last few slides I touched upon, you can automate as much as process required in your SOC. Could be security, could be a cloud, could be even from an employee onboarding purpose also. So all these tasks can be automated, wherein we can show you ROI, which is helpful for organization also to realize that how much of human efforts have been saved. So and see, typically what happens, we are humans, right? So as an analyst, how much data I will see? I'll just see who is the source IP, who is the destination IP. I'm not going to learn anything more. So maybe if those repeated tasks can be automated, the analyst can be repurposed as a threat hunter. Analyst can be repurposed as a security engineer getting into multiple aspects. beneficial for the organization from a people perspective, and also from the investments what they have made. So that's why automation is the key when it comes to security.
Yeah, so automation is definitely an area, not only the security, but many other area. The automation is definitely working, and there are a lot of evaluations and technologies coming to help you automate things. But automation will only work if you are getting hold of that small thing, which could potentially create a larger security ramification, right? And then so this approach of getting hold of those small things, and that to finding them with so many different things which is coming to you, and that to the volume and scale and complexity of all these alerts which are getting generated. So having this very systematic approach to understand things better in a timely manner, and making sure that they are identified timely, and not only that, they are also action timely, and that actioning also is going to right path with the right set of people, right set of processes, and right level of enforcement actions as well. So I think thanks Ganesh for helping us to understand this better, helping us to going through this much in a detail, and try to peel all of those dimensions which are really involved into this kind of a security engineering piece, which is now helping crucially to manage the kind of a families, malware family or ransomware family that we have been saying. So really thank Ganesh, and thanks all the audience. Some of the questions were really great to take this conversation going. With this, I would also like to thank Palo Alto team for helping us set up this conversation and this particular master class. So now would now invite you all to join us the inaugural function of a best practice meet of 2020. So over to you, Jatin. Thank you, Ganesh.
Thanks, Vinayak and Ganesh, for such an insightful demonstration and discussion. I totally agree with our audience that listening upset, we are not upset, rather we are happy. Delegates, you may share your comments and any queries that you may have through the chat and the Q&A section in the platform. We shall shortly start with our next session. Stay tuned. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Ms. Rama Vedashri, CEO, DSCI, along with our chief guest for the evening, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. Dr. Rajendra Kumar is a senior officer in the Indian Administrative Services and is currently working as an Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. In his current capacity, he's leading the policy formulation and implementation of various schemes under the Digital India, e-governance, electronics manufacturing, data protection, cybersecurity domains in the country. May I now request Rama, our CEO, to deliver the welcome address, please.
Thank you, Jatin. Thank you, Dr. Rajendra Kumar. This is the first time we are having you on a DSCI platform, very close to you assuming this role as Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Technology, and thank you for that. First of all, on behalf of the entire DSCI team and members of the industry who are partnering with us, a very warm welcome to all the delegates, speakers, and hundreds of delegates and practitioners from the cybersecurity and privacy domain who have joined us. This is our 12th edition, and thank you for the support from the delegate speakers and industry community who have ensured that we were able to smoothly transition our annual event, which we used to do in Bangalore, onto a virtual platform. Since the lockdown, we have done close to 70 plus webinars and many deep dive technical training sessions, and my team helps me understand that we have touched more than 10,000 security, privacy, community professionals and practitioners in these webinars since the lockdown. But this is one of our flagship annual event, which we have moved to the virtual mode, and I do hope that you will be able to leverage this to its fullest extent. The theme for this edition is radical uncertainty, and in fact, the theme has been picked up from a very famous book from two British economists. And there's another session following this on this theme, so I'm not really going deep dive onto this theme in this inaugural. And given this unprecedented times that we have seen, particularly in the last 3-4 months time frame, we are facing what many of our CISOs have termed it in some of the CISO calls that we have done as a zero-day attack on humanity. I mean, coming from CISOs, we understand what are those unprecedented challenges, whether it's the increased cyber risk or moving or work from home at such a vast scale. I think this is really something that the security and the privacy community is dealing with the challenges, but also rising up to address those challenges square on, right? Not only servicing global customers worldwide, but also in India. Since we last met at AIS's in early December, that's our flagship annual event, which we do in the first week of December, I think a lot has happened in the domain of cybersecurity and privacy worldwide and in India. And also a lot has happened in terms of initiatives and programs and special strategic initiatives that DSCI takes up throughout the year and in the next year. We did give a brief update on that at AIS's, but one of the first thing is that our Cybercrime Investigation Training Research Center in the CID headquarters in Bangalore has become fully operational, has started doing deep dive digital forensics capability building, has moved into the virtual mode in the last 3 months, and it is truly becoming a state-of-the-art reference center for India and in this part of the world for digital forensics. Our next center of excellence, which we have established in partnership with Government of Telangana, went live or was launched formally in the month of January this year, earlier this year, by the Secretary, Mr. Ajay Sani, and also by the National Cyber Security Coordinator, Dr. Pant. They've already taken up a lot of initiatives. Now they're doing a few of them, many of them in the virtual mode, including incubating startups and growing the ecosystem and making Telangana a state destination for cybersecurity. The third one, where we have made significant progress, particularly since December of our AISs, is our National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence that we have established in partnership with METI. And while the formal launch is still awaited because of the lockdown, they've started a lot of initiatives to incubate and nurture and grow the deep tech security and privacy startups, deep tech and deep dive technical capability building, like the crypto innovation series they launched a month back, and also in the area of IoT security and cybersecurity. So these are 3 flagship initiatives around which a lot of our strategic initiatives and programs to boost the cybersecurity capability and make India a global hub are actually rallying around. And one of the areas we have focused over the last year has always been on our engagement with the startups and the product ecosystem. And many of the initiatives that we have taken up last year and we are continuing or scaling up this year are actually pivoting around this pillar of cybersecurity startups, product ecosystem, and the innovation ecosystem. Some of them are our use case clearinghouse, which we started more than a year back, the continuing series of application challenges, similarly the 2 COEs and the incubation of the startups that we are doing, and the recently launched last year that we launched the Grand Challenge, where some deep tech problem statements were thrown up as a challenge, and many young and experienced startups have started responding to that. So many of our ongoing initiatives like use case clearinghouse, the COEs, are actually pillaring around this pivot of growing the startup and the product ecosystem and the innovation ecosystem in India. As we scale our initiatives, we have also invested in some platforms and programs to be able to add more value in the country in cybersecurity preparedness and to engage with the academia and the industry. One of them has been the virtual engagement zone. It's a surprise that we had actually launched it in January. We never had this, had any inclination towards this thing coming up like the COVID and a countrywide lockdown. The virtual engagement zone has enabled us to do a lot of deep dive virtual sessions for the entire CISO community and their teams from our members, and also engaging with the small and medium businesses across various verticals. So that platform is allowing us to not only deal with our engagements that we do with the community in India and with our members, and engaging with our subject matter experts from the industry, but we are also being able to scale up the way in which we are doing. Over the last 3 months itself, we have done so many of these sessions on our virtual engagement zone platform, on AI/ML in cybersecurity, on the PDP bill, recently on the Mitre attack, on cloud security. So this is one platform we have invested to be able to engage with the security and the privacy fraternity in India. Similarly, we have invested in developing a SMB cyber adoption framework with which we are going to the SMB users across various verticals to bring attention to cybersecurity as they leverage online, as they go digital, and understand their digital risk and make the right investments in security. So the cyber adoption framework and the series of webinars and workshops we are doing with management teams of SMB organizations and those vertical organizations in the auto sector, in the healthcare sector are some of those initiatives. Similarly, most of you all are familiar, we built this Tech Sagar, which is a national repository for cyber tech capabilities. That platform is truly maturing. I'm given to understand we have more than 2,500 plus entities, a significant amount of them being academic and research institutions, and almost 2,000 plus entities from startups and economy and industry. This is truly becoming a national platform where across 25 strategic technology areas, there's a single unified view of capability in India, traversing across academia, research, public research institutions, and of course the industry ecosystem. Similarly, we are scaling up the security and the privacy leadership and with the community that we engage with, and our engagement with government and the global think tanks on the cross-border transfer issues or on the upcoming personal data protection bill. We will continue to scale our engagement with the government on the entire data protection bill, and as it's getting enacted, we have made a submission to the Joint Parliamentary Committee. But while that we are awaiting the enactment of the bill, we have started engaging with our members, with the community, to be able to start getting them prepared as the bill becomes an act. Similarly, what more can you expect from us to keep on with our drive on policy advocacy in the area of cybersecurity and privacy, deep tech innovation, the startup promotions, right? Promoting the innovation ecosystem by collaborating with startups, with the academic institutions. Some of these are programs that you will continue to see us. So similarly, we've always had this mission of making India a global hub for cybersecurity and growing it to $35 billion industry by 2025. You will see a lot more of this. We've been doing many of those programs. So some of the things that you can continue to expect us to do is promoting the startup and the product ecosystem, showcasing them to global customers and investors, scaling the services industry, cybersecurity services industry. Our services industry is already a global power, but how do we scale our cybersecurity services industry for a much larger global footprint, and making India a destination for global competency centers, whether it is security R&D centers or global corporations choosing India for the cybersecurity GCCs. These are some of the initiatives that you will continue to look at. And we will be doing a lot more deep dive technical programs, like the recently one, the crypto innovation series that the National COE started, or deep dive forensic training programs like the chip of forensics programs that we have been doing for the law enforcement. And or another example is the DevSecOps for developers that our National Telangana COE in Hyderabad has started. So you will see us doing and investing in a lot more deep dive technical training programs for the community and for our member ecosystem, so that as we traverse towards becoming a global hub for cyber, we are building towards nurturing all these communities. So that's all I have to say. I would like to seek each one of your support and partnership with us as we roll out many such initiatives in the rest of the year. Over to you, Jatin.
Thank you, Rama, for wonderfully setting the tone of the meet and summarizing the key initiatives. Moving on, may I request our chief guest, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, to give the inaugural address, please.
Yeah, thank you, Jatin. Thank you, Rama. Very good afternoon to all the participants, the fellow speakers, all the invitees. It's my pleasure to be present here in this virtual meet. In fact, I'm coming back to the IT fraternity after a gap of almost 5 years. Before that, I was in IT in a different capacity. But it feels nice to be back in the most vibrant ecosystem of the country in terms of its economic impact and growth that we witnessed over the last few decades. Let me begin by saying that this COVID-19 pandemic has impacted all of us, all sectors of the economy. And this adverse impact most likely would persist for some more time to come. This pandemic has given rise to many challenges on many fronts for the government, for the government employees, for the private sector, for the workers, for everyone. And it's our duty to ensure that we come out of this adverse impact of the pandemic as quickly as possible. So as we have all seen, starting with the most stringent lockdown in the month of March and April, from May we started coming out of that lockdown phase progressively. And now we are in unlock 2.0 with progressively more opening up of the economy. So we are getting back to a significant extent to our pre-COVID levels of economic activity. At the same time, this pandemic has given rise to new technologies and its widespread use in all sectors of the economy. Just to tell you an example from the government, because that's the most familiar one to me. Before this pandemic, the use of e-office was not so prevalent in government, except in Government of India, in some departments, some states. It was not really widely used. But once the lockdown started, then there was a major push by government departments, both at the central level and in the states, to make use of e-office mandatory. As the employees were in lockdown, working from home, this really helped the government to get back to normal levels of decision making within a relatively short time. Within a few weeks' time, the decisions were being taken on electronic files through this software. So that's just one example of how a major shift has taken place before our own eyes in a short span of time across the different sectors of the economy. Private sector has worked through remote technologies. for a long time, but this pandemic has pushed that even further. So most of the private sector employees are now working from home, and they are using the IT systems extensively to really achieve the desired levels of work and productivity. So if you really see this trend, it is going to accelerate even further as we deal with the adverse impacts of the pandemic. And this is giving rise to new challenges, especially on the cyber security front. Also, we have new challenges now because in our country, in telecom infrastructure, in IT infrastructure, we have significant investments from some foreign entities where there are issues of cyber security being raised. So that also needs to be addressed by the government and the other stakeholders. Also, the large interventions that the government is making in building large public digital platforms in different domains, that efforts are ongoing. Those efforts are ongoing by different departments. For example, in health, we have a large system that is now being designed to provide digital health services to the entire population. Similar efforts are now ongoing in education, criminal justice system, logistics, and other domains. So these large integrated national level platforms, they would require that we think of cyber security from the very beginning. It should not be a retrofit or an afterthought, which has been the case in many instances in the past, even though we have become more and more aware of the threats to our infrastructure. But this needs to take priority now because of the much higher levels of use of IT systems and the need to ensure that the telecom infrastructure, the IT infra, they attain the desired levels of resilience, and they are available almost around the clock for everyone to use. Because of this heightened awareness about cybersecurity, in MAITI, we have been taking a number of steps to address this need. We also want to encourage our startups, our own industry, so that they can become vital players in this entire ecosystem. We launched a challenge, Cybersecurity Grand Challenge, last year, sometime last year. And very recently, we have completed the first stage of the process by selecting 12 companies, which will now be supported for developing the next stage of the product, that is for developing the minimum viable product. So this is one of the many efforts that the government has been taking to ensure that we work with the stakeholders, we involve the capable private players, we support the startups, we encourage them to really come up and meet the challenge of ensuring security all across the entire IT and telecom infrastructure. Also, let me mention here that we have a vision for the economy to grow to the size of $5 trillion by 2024-25. And out of that 5 trillion size in another 5 years' time, we think that the contribution of digital would be $1 trillion plus. So that means that we would like to grow the digital sector's contribution to the economy from the current levels of 7 to 8% of the GDP to more than 20% in just 5 years' time. Now that requires a massive digital transformation led digitally in all domains of the economy and in all domains of governance. And that requires collaboration with all the stakeholders, especially the private sector, to ensure that we can achieve that vision of ensuring the digital part in the economy to grow to $1 trillion by 2024-2025. This itself gives rise to apprehensions in many quarters that we would need to ensure security in all aspects, in all systems. And that makes it even more imperative for all of us to ensure that we think of cybersecurity right from the beginning. We build it in the design of the system and not try to bring it at a later stage. Also, there has been a larger scale transformation happening in industry, as you would be aware, through Industry 4.0, through which we believe that the industry and especially the MSMEs can benefit a lot through adopting the latest technologies in their processes, in their production, in their supply chain, etc. And this effort would bring a massive change in the entire industrial ecosystem. It will bring them on par with the best practices globally and also ensure that they can become internationally competitive. Right now, if you see the industrial ecosystem, they probably maybe at industry 2.5 or 3.0. So bringing them to industry 4.0 would require a massive transformation through digital technologies. And that also calls for ensuring that these systems must be safe and secure from the security point of view. So that again brings out to the forefront the entire role of security, ensuring security in the entire ecosystem, both in the government, private sector, industry, etc. There is another concern that has become very important in recent times, that is of privacy. Let me briefly mention a few points about that as well. As Rama mentioned, we have a PDP bill which is now in the parliament for approval so that it can become an act. This PDP bill covers all the issues that we can think of in the privacy domain. We believe that this bill will bring India on par with the international best practices to ensure privacy of personal data. A lot of discussions have taken place on this front, starting from the appointment of the Justice Krishna Committee a few years before, to the extensive public consultation that were held subsequent to the first draft of the bill. We have had several meetings with the JPC, and we have made our best efforts to ensure that all the concerns are addressed of all the stakeholders. There is also another framework that is in the works now, that is the non-personal data framework, for which also there is a massive effort underway in my ministry to ensure that that also becomes a reality. A legal foundation, a legal framework is put in place in the country with non-personal data as well. So both these measures put together, they would ensure a very robust data protection regime in India on par with the best in the world. And probably we would be the leading country in the world in terms of ensuring that we take the issue of privacy with the seriousness that it deserves. So I would solicit support of all the stakeholders from the industry in our efforts to ensure that we bring ourselves up to date with the best practices globally in terms of privacy of data, both personal and non-personal. And at the same time, we also take cyber security with all the importance that it deserves. The heightened awareness, we are all aware about cyber security due to some happenings globally. Our systems, they need to be made secure from that point of view. We need to develop indigenous capability. We need to make ourselves Atmanirbhar, as is a new mantra that we are trying to infuse in the entire ecosystem. We have launched a number of challenges to develop indigenous systems in the entire across the entire spectrum as a series of efforts under the Atmanirbhar Bharat program. And we believe that this effort, which is now open in 8 domains, 8 major domains for the startups and other players to take part, that will push us to really become Atmanirbhar in terms of our capabilities and in terms of the needs that we have. This would give the needed boost to our startups, our industries, our ecosystem players to think of our requirements in the immediate context, develop systems, then scale up. That's the most important part. So we definitely would like our startups, our industries to scale up globally, become global players, and attract the best talent, best funding, and best resources from wherever. So that's the goal that we have. So along with the goal to grow the economy to 5 trillion by 2024-25, we are now we have now commenced a series of steps to ensure that we can realize the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat that the government has given for us. And we would really like to work with all the stakeholders in this entire endeavor. So let me conclude here. I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to DSCI for all the great work that you are doing in the country and bringing the Indian capability to the fore globally. And I would really like to convey my best wishes to everyone who are leading this effort and to all the participants for this event. Thank you very much. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Jatin?
Yes, Rama. Thank you, sir, for the enlightening inaugural address. With the vision you have, we are sure to have an even stronger association and newer initiative as we move towards a safe and secure digital ecosystem. We shall start with our next session soon. Stay tuned, please. Next in line, we have enriching fireside chat on radical uncertainty, decision-making when unimaginable uncertainty awaits us. Professor John Kay is one of the Britain's leading economists. His work is centered on the relationships between economics, finance, and business. His career has spanned academic work in think tanks, business schools, company directorships, consultancy, and investment companies. John has held chairs at London Business School, the University of Oxford, and the LSE. We'll now invite Professor John Kay, economist and author, and Ms. Rama Vedashri, CEO DSCI, for the fireside chat, please.
Thank you, Jatin. Welcome back to all the participants for the next session, which is an extremely insightful and enriching session with Dr. John Kay, the famous economist and the author. First of all, Mr. Kay, I should confess that my team and I are a little nervous to host you because we are more used to hosting cybersecurity technology leaders and business leaders and startup leaders, right? And maybe some dignitaries from government. and we are extremely privileged to have you in our session. Your book has inspired us to carve out the theme of our annual best practices meet and over this theme of radical uncertainty, and extremely timely in the current post-COVID world that all of us are facing all the challenges and trying to address them. So thank you for your time and joining us, and we'll spend about 30-35 minutes chatting with you and getting whatever best insights that we can you can share with all our participants, and then maybe we'll also try and find some time to get questions from the audience. So first of all, thank you once again. You sit in London, which is, yeah. Yes, John. Any opening remarks from you?
From Oxfordshire, actually, I'm talking at the moment.
Thank you, sir. So, I mean, to get the chat rolling, many of us in India have read your book, particularly while the radical uncertainty is a more recent one, with other people's money post the financial crisis that got a lot of attention, and your recent book with your co-author, Mr. Mervyn King, right? I think it is beginning to understand what is really radical uncertainty, and most economists or most business leaders have dealt with a lot of uncertain times. We have one opening question for you, where sitting in London, pretty much, in the center of East and West, and writing this book, Radical Uncertainty. I mean, why did you think of this theme? Did you have an inkling that the current epidemic will unfold? How did you get to pick this theme called Radical Uncertainty whenever you chose to write the book?
It's an interesting question. As you know, I wrote the book jointly with Mervyn King, who's been a friend and colleague of mine since we were both very young dons together a very long time ago. But Mervyn, of course, was governor of the Bank of England during the financial crisis. But both of us reflected on that financial crisis and thought that a lot of the difficulties which were encountered in dealing with it were the product of the fact that people in economics and finance and business didn't have the right tools for thinking about uncertainty and didn't understand the prevalence of a crisis that prompted us to write it. But it's almost uncanny the way in which the pandemic illustrated the point in which we made. The points which we made. What's in some ways most uncanny is that we actually used the possibility of a pandemic in order to illustrate what we meant by radical uncertainty. We wrote in an early chapter of the book to illustrate
John, we are losing your audio.
It is likely that we will be afflicted by a pandemic caused by a virus which does not yet exist. Did you say?
Dr. John, we are losing your audio.
I was saying we used as an example of radical uncertainty. Let me move and see.
We have lost you completely, Dr. John. Just a couple of minutes, please, participants. So sorry, we can't hear you at all.
Attendees will wait for a few minutes.
Hello?
Perfect.
Yes, we can hear you now, loud and clear.
Apologies for that. Let me go back to where we were interrupted by our internet connection. I was saying Mervyn King and I wrote this book, were prompted to write about radical uncertainty in response to the financial crisis, and a belief that the difficulties in dealing with that were in large part due to the absence of satisfactory tools and language for thinking about uncertainty. We didn't obviously anticipate the virus, but we did use the possibility of such a virus as an example of radical uncertainty. In fact, we say in the book, it is likely that we will suffer from a pandemic introduced by as the result of the evolution of a virus which does not yet exist. We now know that at the time we were writing that, it may well be that it did exist. So in that rather embarrassing sense, we were proved right very quickly. But the pandemic is, in this sense, a very clear example of what we describe as radical uncertainty, because it is an event which was likely, that many people, not just us, had written about the possibility of a pandemic of this kind well before 2019. But it was impossible to say, or even meaningfully to ask, what is the probability that such a virus will break out in Wuhan in China in late 2019? You couldn't describe it in probabilistic terms. And that's really the central theme of our book, that people think they can talk about risk and uncertainty probabilistically in situations where you really can't, and it doesn't make sense to talk about probabilities.
So, Professor, you've been in London School of Economics, London Business School, Oxford, sitting in London, which is pretty much the central financial hub between the East and the West. Have you seen, what are the patterns you have observed in the way countries and the way business leaders respond to a crisis? And did you see Asia or Asian countries and Asian business leaders respond differently to a crisis?
Yes, they have. And it will be interesting perhaps in a year or two when people can reflect in a considered way on what has happened in the last few months, to compare the different ways in which different countries have responded and the ways in which different businesses have responded. But what we've seen sitting in London is a wide variety of mechanisms, as you described, that governments have used. And the most successful societies in dealing with this turn out to have been ones in East Asia, where there is an ability to impose quite high degrees of social control and social distancing, and an adoption and acceptance of technology that has enabled countries like Korea, Singapore, Taiwan to implement test and trace systems very effectively. In the UK, we did very badly on implementing test and trace systems. And looking in the other direction from the UK, we see the contrast between ourselves and the most individualistic of successful world economies, the United States, where you get the very widespread unwillingness and resentment of the attempt to impose measures of social control in order to limit the spread and extent of the virus.
In your book, you particularly talked about there's always vagueness and ambiguity when you start describing about a future state. I mean, it really, relates to the current situation very well. So do you have any insights to share on how should business leaders or risk leaders strategize when they're responding to really radical uncertainty times?
It might be good if I take a moment to define more precisely what we mean by radical uncertainty. And we talk about all uncertainty really results from imperfect information. And we always have imperfect information about the future. And very often we have imperfect information about the present. If one's talking about the financial crisis of 2008, or one's talking about what's happening with the COVID crisis now, we often don't really know what is happening at the time it is happening. So our information is certainly imperfect in respect to the future. It's very likely to be imperfect in respect to the present. Now, some of that, the uncertainty created by imperfect information, is resolvable in the terms in which we use it. And it's resolvable either because you can get much better information if you work at it, or it's resolvable because you can describe the distribution of possible outcomes probabilistically. So we can talk about the weather or mortality in normal circumstances or motor accidents because we know enough about the underlying processes and we have sufficient historic data to be able to model these with probability distributions. So there are uncertainties which are resolvable by better information, uncertainties which are resolvable probabilistically. But what's then left is what we describe as radical uncertainty, the uncertainties that can't be dealt with in a probabilistic manner. And as I've said, the outbreak of this coronavirus epidemic is a good example of that kind of radical uncertainty. You can't describe it probabilistically.
I mean, thanks for really elaborating on this. I think the title of the theme of your book and the overall book is demystified a little more clearly for us. Thanks for taking the time to explain that. You also talk, you also write quite a bit about risks and uncertainty, and also, this entire thing about mysteries and puzzles. Can you elaborate that part of the book a little more to us?
We're interested. If we go back 100 years, when people were just in the process of developing the kind of statistical methods that are familiar to all of us nowadays, the critique of that by, two economists actually, Keynes here in the UK and Frank Knight in the United States, published more or less simultaneously very different books, but in each case with a similar concept, that there was a fundamental difference between risk, which in their terms you could describe probabilistically, and uncertainty, which you could not. And that distinction, however, was elided by economists and then people in business and finance over the following 50 years, so that by the 1960s and 1970s, people claimed that all risks could be described probabilistically. There was no distinction between risk and uncertainty. And the probabilistic tools and the mathematics around about that could be used with Monte Carlo simulations, methods of Bayesian statistics, in order to, as it were, tame and manage uncertainty. We believe that was a mistake, and we want to restore that richer dialogue for talking and thinking about uncertainty.
So all the audience in this conference are actually planning for resilience, and you talk a lot about robustness and resilience. How do you really accomplish this resilience in any complex enterprise or even at a government level? How do you accomplish resilience in uncertain times?
You're right. We say that robustness and resilience are actually the key to dealing with radical uncertainty. It's a matter of recognizing that you don't know what's going to happen. So you want to create strategies, what we call reference narratives, that are robust and resilient to frequent events. And then we talk about the ways in which in complex systems, people actually, engineers design these systems with kind of modularity and redundancy. Modularity meaning that part of the system can fail without it bringing the whole system as a whole to a halt, and redundancy meaning that you build things with more tolerance, more strength, as it were, than the minimum which you think you need on the basis of your historic experience. And that's how engineers build bridges which you feel able to cross in safety. But it's why complex engineering systems, things like power plants, chemical works and the like, are built with these kind of things in mind. We were prompted, as I mentioned, to write this book by what happened in the financial system and the breakdown in 2008. Because what had happened in the previous 20, 30 years in finance was that these things, modularity and redundancy, were regarded as indicators of inefficiency. That the fact that financial services businesses were confined to particular areas of activity was regarded as an inappropriate constraint on what it was they did. Redundancy, banks talked about surplus capital, as if a bank can have too much money. But surplus capital said, we have too much capital. Given our regulatory demands on it, we can return part of it to shareholders. And Mervyn was confronted, my co-author, with the extreme example in the UK, where a bank called Northern Rock in the spring of 2008 said it was the best capitalized bank in Britain and was going to return some of its capital to shareholders. And 6 months later, that was the bank which was first to fail when the financial crisis broke out in the UK. So that in the financial system particularly, these characteristics of modularity and redundancy have been regarded as signs of inefficiency. And that's still true in the way people talk. But that was just a microcosm, really, of what was happening across businesses as a whole. That these kinds of robustness and resilience were regarded as things you could minimize. They were in effect insurance premia, which you were paying for events that you didn't anticipate and which might not arise. And of course, you pay the price for that when they do arise, as banks did in 2008, and as businesses much more widely in 2009 and 20, as global supply chains have not proved robust and resilient to the kind of developments that have overtaken the world economy.
So glad you actually bring out a point that planning for resilience or designing and engineering for resilience is nothing new to mankind. We've done it for the power plants or critical infrastructure or bridges, as you talked about, for airports. So it's the same thing when it comes to the large technology platforms or technology systems. We keep reinforcing these fundamental principles of security by design, privacy by design, so that the resilience and the redundancy is built into the design of a system. Thanks for reinforcing that point. Now, with all your experience with last four plus decades and observing the economies and the businesses, are there some best practices, case studies, which could be learnings for the audience in the conference about how do we deal with a certain uncertainty? Any case studies or any learnings that you would like to share? Success stories.
It's interesting, and this goes back to the question you asked about who has dealt well and who has dealt badly with the kind of events which we've been through in the last few months. And here, sitting in Britain, we're contrasting very clearly our experience with dealing with coronavirus, which has not been a very good one, all things considered, with that in Germany, which is probably the most successful European country at dealing with it. And the very clear lesson of that, I think, and some of my colleagues reviewing it have taken the view, is it's the decentralization which exists in Germany and which does not exist in the UK. The hospital system is much more decentralized, so people had opportunities to make plans on their own, whereas in the UK, we have a national health service of which we're, to some extent, justifiably proud, but it also means there's massive centralization of purchasing of equipment, of policies. And it meant that, for example, when testing came on the agenda, we had an organization called Public Health England that spent a couple of months trying to find the best possible test and insisting that all testing was centralized through its own laboratories, while in other countries, notably Germany, as I was describing, the many labs across the country that were capable of helping with that kind of work were mobilized to do it. And the result of that was they were much more robust and resilient. They were able to get a testing system effective for a large proportion of the population in place very quickly, in a way that we in the UK have not succeeded in doing even now.
In your book, you and Mr. King articulate a lot about models and the mathematics behind the models. So from that perspective, and you also write that models should not be judged, and you have to look at the context in which the model has evolved. So in the current situation, do you have any model that is you think is evolving, which can guide particularly technology and security leaders? Because that's our audience.
I'm not sure I have models in mind to describe your sector. We have become very interested in the models that people have been using to describe the virus and its evolution. And of course, in countries around the world, everyone has been trying to model what is going on in this epidemic. But the real big lesson, which I think applies absolutely generally, and which we try to draw out in the book, is what models are useful for in this kind of situation. And models are useful for identifying, giving you insights, identifying the kind of parameters that matter. So there are 2 or 3 critical parameters that matter to understanding how this kind of pandemic will evolve. There's how prevalent is the disease in the population? How many people, on average, does an infected person spread the disease to? And what is the mortality and serious illness rate that results from the disease? And it's these 3 parameters that are critical to any model of how the thing evolves. Now, the way in which you've learned the first thing by approaching the model in that kind of way. You've learned what are the things that really matter. What you then need is actually a rapidly undertaken research on what these parameters actually are. And what you then need is to understand the uncertainties, the radical uncertainties in this case, about how this will evolve because of the uncertainties about the nature of these parameters. And that's not statistical uncertainty. It's uncertainty that arises, as I was describing, because of the presence of imperfect information. Now, what I'm afraid happened in this country and some others is instead of saying, what can we learn from the model about what we need to know in order to control the epidemic, people came up with predictions, which is what they always want to do. And the prediction was that the hospital system might be in danger of was going to be overwhelmed. And the result of that was a series of rather panicky policies that may in the end have done more damage than good. The largest problem of it was we pushed people out of hospitals into care homes where they carried the disease, and care homes are places where unfortunately many people died. We're now learning that actually most of the deaths from coronavirus in the UK have not been in hospitals, but in care homes. That to us is a failure to use models in the right kind of way, to understand what is going on here, rather than to make predictions about what might happen.
Yep. Thanks for elaborating on that. Particularly, I think in radically uncertain times, applying some models to forecast for the future or predict for the future would probably be very foolhardy for most businesses. And you have to see how the times evolve in the next 3 months, 6 months, 18 months time frame.
I know, and I confront people who are asking me, is there going to be a V-shaped recovery or a W-shaped recovery or something like that? And to get people to say the answer is, I don't know, nobody else knows, and what you have to do is to plan for strategies that will enable you to respond to these events when they actually materialize. That's the overall lesson of radical uncertainty. It's one that is very difficult to get across to people. The idea that the best answer to a lot of questions is, I don't know.
As an economist, I don't know whether you'll agree, but we think that economics and cybersecurity have a lot of parallels. It's all about, at a country level, at a business level, planning for growth, foreseeing or anticipating the risks, and do whatever you can do to be able to mitigate those risks, but still be prepared for any crisis or the worst times, right? So do you have any tips where some of our risk leaders, enterprise security leaders could probably help them write their playbook for the next year with your insights?
I think that's quite difficult. I think you're, if you say economics is like you describe cybersecurity, I think you're being kinder to economics than I would be. As I was saying a few moments ago, a lot of people in the economics world actually think they really know what's going to happen over the next year or two, and we don't. This virus may recur, it may not. Economies may recover quite quickly, they may not, and the reactions will be different in different places across the world, depending on, we've learned both the politics and the social response of it. But one observation, which I think is probably very relevant in your cybersecurity world, is to say, I think we can learn from this event that there are really quite a wide range of existential threats to the world as we know it, and issues of climate change is one that seems to obsess people, almost to the extent of the exclusion of others. But actually, the pandemic is now revealed as a potential threat, and in a way, we were lucky. I mean, this could have been Ebola, or a much more serious disease than coronavirus actually turns out to be. Most people who suffer from this disease actually get over it. But there are liable to be pandemics for more serious diseases than this one. Or there are potential problems of antibiotic resistance that might bring back infectious diseases. I don't have to tell you of the possibilities of global cyber attacks or cyber failures, or indeed the concerns about electromagnetic storms of various kinds that could damage a wide part of the world's electrical equipment. And there are other pandemics, there are other existential problems arising from global conflicts of various kinds. And indeed, we may have to worry about breakdowns of the democratic, lightly regulated market systems that we're used to. All of these things are possible. Now, what can business do to respond to them? Well, it can't predict them, that's for sure, but it can understand what they are and look at the ones that are most relevant to their particular industries. And it's obvious in the list I've given, I think, what the ones most relevant to your sector are, and the ones where those of us who are not involved in your kind of business are looking to you to ask, what kind of planning are you doing to protect the rest of us from risks that emanate from your sector in that kind of way?
You're putting the onus on the security leadership of the country, of the world, to be able to protect the whole cyberspace. Thanks for that. I'm sure they'll rise up to the challenge. I have just a couple of more questions. India is now being considered as the second largest startup hub. Particularly, the security startup ecosystem in India is reasonably young and nascent. There are about 150 startups. a crisis like this is even more challenging for them rather than established enterprises. So you have any tips to how our startup ecosystem, particularly the security startups, can sustain and scale through the crisis and beyond?
I don't know whether the crisis raises aggravates particularly the problems of startups, but the ways in which we talk about approaching radical uncertainty are, I think, highly relevant, and the way in which startups operate a very good example of it. Every startup business has to prepare a business plan and has to model. You won't get funding for any startup if you don't model first 5 years of this particular activity. What people need to understand is that you're not, when you do that, you're not predicting what's going to happen. I've never come across a business that evolved in line with the models of its business plan. What you're doing is the exercise of making a business plan forces you to work through all the things that are involved in creating a business. That's a hugely valuable exercise itself. And then even more importantly, the exercise of developing that kind of model enables you to identify what are the key parameters, what are the things that we have to get right in order to make this business a success. So that's back to this overall theme of, models are indispensable. I've spent much of my life building models of various kinds. But the value of models in a radically uncertain world is not to enable you to predict the future. It's to enable you to understand the present rather better and realize what kind of things the future will depend on. It's about understanding, not about predicting.
Thank you. I think it's not just for the startups in the audience, but as DSCI works with a lot of the startup ecosystem, it's a good tip that use models, but use those models to be able to deal with the present rather than predicting for the future, particularly given the scale of uncertainty. So I'll just wrap up with one more question, and then we can see if there are some questions from the audience. Is in the current situation, you talk about bad narrative, good narratives quite extensively in your book. So are there any leadership traits which will help plan for the right narrative for their customers, consumers, investors, whoever, shareholders? But at the same time, what are those leadership traits and DNA that you do have any insights to share as a final takeaway for our audience?
I think the principal leadership trait is that of acknowledging that we know a lot more collectively than any of us do individually.
Okay.
And that goes back to the underlying theme of imperfect information creating radical uncertainty. All of us have imperfect information, and the best judgments we can make are based on accumulating the wisdom and knowledge of a great many people, rather than relying on the insights of the person who thinks he knows.
So you're saying rely on the cumulative wisdom of all the people. That's something that we in DSCI, we try to foster in terms of collaboration and collaboration within the sector, between sectors, best practice sharing. That's in fact the focus of this conference is about best practice sharing between various sectoral players within the sector. Sometimes even competitors come together to share their information. Particularly, you're saying the key leadership trait is how do you collaborate and harness the collective wisdom at an industry level and maybe at a country level?
The way I often put it is no individual has the knowledge or skill necessary to build an aeroplane, but 10,000 people working together do. And I think one should never forget that kind of observation, because that's actually the secret of human achievement.
Yes, that's a good point you have done. Even when you're building any complex IT system, it's never a one man's design or one woman's design. It's a whole team which collaborates together and a whole set of partners who collaborate together. Jatin, do we have any questions from the audience?
Yes, Rama, we have one. So it says that can biowar be a radical uncertainty? How this can be seen by countries and businesses?
So they're talking about biowarfare, biowar. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
It's certainly an instance of radical uncertainty. It's not a subject I have any particular expertise on, but I think one thing that you must be particularly conscious of is that the traditional wars which were levied by, men with guns are now potentially supplemented by people with computers and machines and people with viruses in laboratories. So that one of the radical uncertainties we confront is that in the 21st century, people can, and to some extent already are, conducting international conflicts with very different mechanisms from the ones we've been used to for the past centuries.
Any more questions, Jatin, or do we have some time?
No questions as such, Rama.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
So maybe I'll just wrap up with one totally unplanned question to Professor. Professor, our IT industry is a lot about millennials, young professionals, young entrepreneurs and startups. We wanted some insights from you personally on what keeps you going. How do you keep writing such compelling stuff and keep coming up with books that people want to read? So any tips for the young gen in our technology security industry to keep at it and keep harnessing your intellect and sharpening your intellect and writing such compelling stuff?
I think the greatest thing I have learned is the need to read very widely. I mean, like most academics, I spent the first years of my career, as it were, reading everything that there was available in my subject. I even remember there was an idea that one day I would have caught up with everything that had been published in my subject. But actually, since I stopped being engaged in teaching, I found I had much more time to read widely, not just in economics, but outside economics. And what I've learned, I think, over the last 10 years is that people who know only economics don't know very much about economics. And I'm sure that's true of almost every discipline and every subject. It's particularly true, I think, of mine.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your time. And whenever the situation improves, I hope you can find some time to visit India. It's a marvelous country. There's so much to do in our country. And so many of our industry leaders would be keen to talk to you. So I hope you'll find some time to visit us in India soon.
I hope so. I have been enough to know what a lovely country it is. And I look forward to being able to visit again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Jatin.
Thank you, Professor K. You rightly mentioned that we are in grip of a global pandemic that we need to understand and make immediate choices that balance the demands of our health against the need of our economy. Thank you, Rama, for having a knowledge-led and theme-centering conversation from the lens of risk, uncertainty, and digital transformation that is taking over in businesses during this time. We will shortly begin with our first keynote of the Best Practices Meet. Request you to please stay tuned.
Jatin live.
Before we go ahead, I would encourage the audience to keep letting us know about the sessions and experience at the Best Practices Meet through your social media using the official hashtag BPM 2020 and mention @the_score DSCI_connect on DSCI on Twitter. We would also encourage you to visit our virtual booths, which are there in the virtual lobby, and do pay a visit. Taking our discussions ahead, we have an insightful keynote presentation by Palo Alto Networks. The topic of presentation is Understanding Zero Trust in Today's Landscape. To deliver the presentation, we have with us Mr. Riaz Tambe, Director of Systems Engineering India and SAG, Palo Alto Networks. Can we invite Riaz, please?
Hi there. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Riaz. What I'm going to do today is talk about zero trust. Now, before I go ahead with my presentation, I just set the context here. I know zero trust is something which has been talked about a lot these days, but I thought it's important to also understand how do we actually implement it in today's environments, especially when organizations are evolving so much with the advent of cloud, with the advent of public cloud, with the advent of users going mobile, especially in a scenario like this right now when a lot of users are working from home and all that. So I'll try and put everything into context of zero trust and try to make it as simple as possible. Now, the way internet evolved over a period of time was mainly because we had trust, right? When two machines communicate over the internet, the important thing is they trust each other, and that's the reason why we have those transactions, right? We access something. Same goes in the world of businesses when it comes to digitization and transformation of the digital economy. It's all about maintaining that trust. If for whatever reason, if you were not able to maintain that trust, business transactions or transactions that businesses run on today in this digital economy would be very, very difficult. So it's very important to maintain trust. And that's exactly what the bad guys are also trying to take advantage of, right? What they're trying to do is compromise this trust that we have, right? So that they can snoop into our environments, they can get into our environments and breach environments to take advantage of data in their hands, right? So the important thing is trust is now a vulnerability. It's a vulnerability which already exists, which the bad guys are exploiting on a daily basis. So the idea is, how do we make sure that we maintain this trust, right? And if you look at, the important thing is businesses evolved over a period of time. What has happened is there's an organization today when users were confined to the boundaries of the enterprise or the business sitting in one place. Data was generally sitting in the data center of the environment. And things were very simple. Now, for the past, you can say 10 odd years, things have changed. Users have gone mobile. Our businesses now depend on our contractors and partners to do business with. We have to work with our partners, not just partners, but also contractors. And then our data is no more residing only in our data centers. Data is everywhere. Data is moving to the cloud. And within cloud also, right, new and technology has evolved over a period of time. And then we also see different form factors within the cloud environment. There was a time when we only saw infrastructure as a service. Nowadays, we are looking at things like containers. We're looking at things like serverless architectures and things like those. Not only that, we're also adopting SaaS in a big way, which basically means data is everywhere, right? And then on top of that, we've got multiple different types of devices connecting to our networks, connecting to our environments. And sometimes most of these devices are not even manageable devices, right? On one end, where we have users and their devices, we have a lot of control on what devices that users use and how do they connect to our environments. But on the other hand, we have got devices where we call them IoT devices, which are many a times not manageable, which also pose a huge risk to the business if they are compromised. And the challenge with them is most of the time we don't even know if there is a vulnerability which exists on these devices. And as I mentioned, now digital economies are getting global. Businesses, everyone's aspiration is to grow the business to a global level, which basically means we've got multiple branches, multiple partners across the globe. We also have to attend to customers, and many times what happens is there are systems and applications that are created to make sure that we can support our business in the growth that we aspire to get. The challenge is that everything needs to be connected, right? Everything needs to be connected. Why? Because business has to function. And the challenge is, if everything has to be connected, where is the trust boundary? Whom do we trust? Whom do we not trust? Now, earlier on, things were very simple, where anything which came from the outside, which basically means anything coming from the internet, is something that we never used to trust, right? We generally used to focus only on, we generally used to inspect every traffic which is coming from the internet and not bother about what's happening within our environments. But over a period of time, what has happened is that there have been instances, or there are attacks very common these days, where a bad guy doesn't even have to be physically there. Some things like malwares, things like remote access trojans and things like those are very well known today, which basically means somebody can take control of the endpoint sitting in which is in your environment, and then take control of the environment and take data out. So that's the harsh reality that we are dealing with today. So on a high level, what are the important things? The most important thing why we need zero trust is very simple. The idea is to make sure that we prevent breaches. We just want to make sure that we have an architecture in place which prevents breaches. And there are four main fundamental things on which we believe at Palo Alto Networks that zero trust is dependent on. One is, the most important thing is you need to have complete visibility of what's happening within an environment. And why do I say so? It's important mainly because if you look at security is very dynamic, right? And it changes every second. And the important thing is, if you do not have visibility of what's happening within an environment, it's going to be very difficult to contain the adversary. It's very difficult if you don't know who the adversary is. So the most important thing is to make sure that we have visibility. Second important thing is, once you have the visibility, we have the right controls over it. So the fundamental of zero trust when you talk about is who, what, where, when, how, right? So who the user is, what types of devices, what types of content, what's flowing through on the network or within your environment, that needs to be controlled. So after visibility, the important thing is control what's happening in your environment. And the goal is to make sure that we prevent attacks, we prevent anything which is malicious, to make sure that breaches don't take place. And then if there is something very evasive in your environment, the idea is to make sure that we can detect and respond to those very evasive threats. Again, the idea is to make sure that we prevent any type of breaches within your environments. That's the whole goal. So what are the things? Let me get a little bit more in-depth into what the concept of zero trust is. Now, first of all, zero trust is I would say a security strategy. It's a strategy in place. It's not about bringing a couple of devices together and deploying or implementing a zero trust policy. No, it's a strategy. It's a strategy where there are multiple things that need to work together to make sure that we have a proper zero trust architecture, which is, some of it is technical and some of it is also process related, right? We need to have the right processes in place to make sure that we have a proper zero trust framework. So the important things that the important things which comprise of the zero trust policy is to, first of all, make sure that we don't trust anything which is there, right? Which basically means we can't trust the users. And not, when I say not trust the users, doesn't mean that we don't trust our employees. But the point is, many times what happens is, sometimes there are instances where employees leave and when they leave, they probably will take advantage of the data that they have access to. Not just that, the endpoints of the users, sometimes unwillingly, if their endpoints are compromised, and if the machines have access to certain types of workloads and payloads within your environment, that can pose a huge risk. Similarly, applications. Applications are with the advent of microservices, with the advent of modern day DevOps lifecycle of applications, we see more and more customers or more and more environments adopting things like containers, adopting things like serverless architectures, which also have certain risks. When I say risks, I mean what we need to do is make sure that we contain the risk in those environments also. And the most important thing is the content part of it. We can't trust the content which is flowing through, right? So these are some of the elements which we need to make sure that we have proper controls of. And traditionally, what has happened is there have been disjointed solutions which have been implemented to make sure that we can take care of the trust factor. Like, for example, to make sure that the content is clean and not malicious, we've depended on signature-based technologies like antiviruses and IDSs and IPSs in the past. We've also depended on things like proxies, which is basically taking care, looking at the browsing traffic of users and things like those. But again, the problem is it's all disjointed, right? As I mentioned, zero trust is more of an architecture. It's more of a strategy that you need to have, and where disjointed solutions probably won't work. And again, technology evolves over a period of time. You just can't be dependent on on erstwhile technology, like for example, signature-based or signature matching techniques or hash matching techniques, which are still used by legacy antivirus systems or legacy IPS, environments where we still depend on signatures to come in. And the problem is anything which requires a signature is basically means you're more reactive, right? The type of threats that we see today, we need to be more proactive. We need to be able to identify those threats in a more proactive manner, or at least make sure that we have mitigation techniques which are more real time in nature. So that's the reason why it's important to make sure that we have the right zero trust architecture so that we can prevent breaches within our environment. So let me take an example here, right? It's a very simple example. It's an example of a user who's trying to access workloads, maybe sitting in the data center, maybe sitting in the public cloud, maybe sitting, and the workloads probably can be in different form factors. It could be virtual machines, it could be containers, it could be infrastructure as a service, or it could also be the databases could be sitting in a PaaS environment, and then the user also has endpoints and workloads. So the important thing is to make sure that we don't trust anything. That's the whole goal, right? That is where the idea is not to trust anything before a transaction happens or after a transaction happens. We need to make sure that we have a complete check. We have a check on every step or every hop of our environments and not trust anything. Not trust the user who's coming in. So we need to make sure that we have the right authentication mechanisms, not only for the user, but also for the devices. We need to make sure the devices are clean. We need to make sure that the way our workloads are sitting in a specific environment, like maybe containers, maybe whatever form factors, or maybe serverless architectures, they are safe and not compromised or does not have anything malicious in them. Even the whole application lifecycle. I mean, the reason I specifically mentioned that is mainly because of the adoption of DevOps lifecycle in the application world. The modernization of applications generally use DevOps lifecycles, which means you also have to make sure that you take care of your CI/CD pipelines when you build your applications, to make sure that the risk is contained end to end. So the idea is zero trust needs to be everywhere, right? And that's what I mentioned. Zero trust is more of a security strategy that needs to be implemented. And the idea is to make sure that we have the right visibility, we have the right controls. The idea is to make sure that we have the right policies in place to prevent threats and prevent attacks, and then also make sure that we are able to respond to anything which is more evasive in nature. That's the whole idea. Now, how do we apply it, right? How do we apply zero trust, right? So the simple thing is, the first thing which I want to clarify is that many times people think that zero trust is all about zero trust network access, right? But let me clarify, zero trust network access is only one portion of your entire zero trust strategy. So what is ZTNA? ZTNA, which what I meant is zero trust network access, is basically nothing but authenticating someone to be on the network. Well, that's just one part of it. It's only one part of the entire zero trust strategy, wherein we have one single user authenticated by whatever means. The most common thing or the most reliable ways of having or authenticating users today is leveraging two-factor authentication policies and all that. So the idea is zero trust is not just ZTNA, but zero trust is a larger security strategy. ZTNA is just one part of it. That's the whole idea. So let's say when a user is trying to access a web server through the internet, which probably is hosted in a public cloud environment, what we do is first is authenticate the user, and the authentication can be multiple types. One is, it's not just authenticating the user, but at times it's also authenticating the machine. In the current COVID times, we've come across multiple scenarios where organizations not only wanted to authenticate the user, but also want to authenticate the device. Why? Because they want to make sure that it's only corporate provided devices or which have access to the critical application. So that's where providing network access with the right authentication mechanisms come into the picture. But the whole idea is that when we provide zero trust network access, the idea is to make sure that all the content which is flowing through or the user is trying to access from the user to the end application is all inspected, right? Because it's not just about providing access to the user, but we all know, right? In today's environments, a machine can be compromised. Somebody can be remotely controlling the machine. So unless and until we have the right mechanisms to inspect the content and make sure that there is no malicious content flowing through from the user's machines or from the user's environment to our critical applications, zero trust won't be successful. So it's important to make sure that we have the right mechanisms in place to make sure that we have a complete inspection. And again, all this ties back to the same four things which I mentioned. It's all about visibility, it's all about control, It's all about preventing attacks, and it's also about detecting and responding to threats. So idea is to keeping those four, you can say, factors in place to make sure that we can, have the right policies implemented to make sure that we can control the access for anyone. The important thing is, before we provide zero trust networking access, or before we allow access to any individual in a specific environment, the important thing also is to control the endpoint, or have or control the risk of the endpoint, right? Because many times what happens is a user's machine is compromised and the user does not even know of it. That's the whole point, right? So the important thing is also make sure that we have the endpoint scanned properly. Then we have the right tools in place to make sure that we can secure our endpoints. And also, many times what happens is, on the endpoint there are applications sitting, which the users leverage to conduct business, right? So it's also important to make sure that we take care of the vulnerabilities of the applications which are running within the endpoint, and safeguard the endpoint. So, and there are multiple things that can be done. It's like having the right, machine. I mean, nowadays, people leverage machine learning, or machine learning tools on the endpoint or endpoints, to safeguard their environments. Things like detection response capabilities are available on the endpoint today to make sure that we can, have, a risk-free environment from an endpoint perspective. So the idea is to make sure that before we authenticate the user or allow the user to access something, the important thing is to also make sure that we are able to contain the endpoint of the user and make sure that it's safe and sound for access to a critical application. Otherwise, what's going to happen is, while we think that there is good traffic coming from the end user, unfortunately, there can be environments where a malware sitting on a specific endpoint can actually lead to major breaches. And there have been enough examples, right? We all know there have been enough examples where a compromised machine leads to a major breach. And one of the things that is also very important is to identify the role of the individuals, right? I mean, generally what happens is we focus a lot on the critical users. We make sure that all their systems are completely safe. We've got all the bells and whistles from a security perspective on the endpoint. And generally, we leave out the more the not so important endpoints on the environment. It could be a third-party contractor, it could be a partner, it could be or it could be anybody else, right? The important thing is we shouldn't be leaving out anyone. Zero trust is not about trusting anybody. It could be a critical or a very important person or an employee within your environment, or it could be a third-party contractor, whoever it is. We can't trust anything. So important thing is make sure that let's make sure that we have a complete policy in place to make sure that we can scan and inspect all the traffic which is coming from the endpoint. Then we also see, with the advent of IoT, and again, the reason I bring in IoT is because IoT is one of those, domains which is growing, right? We've been reading about multiple articles, we've been reading about many third-party surveys, and we see that IoT is one of those industries which is going to grow big time in the coming in the near future. In the coming years. So point is, this is one industry which is going to grow. We'll see a lot more adoption of IoT coming in a big way. And the important thing is, it's important to look at these endpoints. It's important to look at these devices because, first of all, they are non-manageable. They're not managed. Second important thing is they have something running on them, and we don't know whether it's vulnerable or not vulnerable. If it's vulnerable, it's very important for us to make sure that we can mitigate the trust. So we just can't trust anything that is connected to our environments from an IoT perspective. And again, the important thing is the same principles also apply to the IoT world. We need to make sure that we have visibility of all the unmanaged devices. We need to know what's connected to our environments. We need to make sure that they have no risk. So which basically means there needs to be a system in place that identifies any vulnerabilities that exist on these endpoints or exist on these IoT devices. And then the important thing is we also need to understand the behavior of these devices, right? We need to make sure that we put a context to these devices so that we can contain the risk that these devices might carry, right? So again, the reason I brought it up is mainly because we see businesses now leveraging more and more IoT. Everybody, most of the CIOs that we speak to, they have an IoT strategy. They plan to have some sort of IoT implementations done within their environments. And I think it's time that when we talk about zero trust also is all about extending that framework and also extending that strategy even to a zero trust environment. Let me take a pause here, and we have a poll coming up. It's probably going to take 15 to 20 seconds of your time, but it's important for us. So let's roll the poll before I move ahead. more seconds before I move on. All right. All right. Thanks for that. Thanks for everyone who's responded to the poll. I'll move ahead. So yes, as I mentioned, it's important to look at the users. It's also important to look at the endpoint of the users. And then finally, we also need to make sure that we are, well, obviously, I mean, we need to look at the path, how users connect to the workloads, the entire path. And this is something that most of the organizations are taking good care of. Like, for example, making sure that the communication is encrypted, the communication is using the highest standards of encryption, and making sure that the communication is completely secure. But the important also beyond that also is very important to make sure that you take care of your, I mean, there is zero trust architecture or zero trust as far as workloads and services are concerned. And the reason I talk about microservices here is mainly because as we speak to multiple different enterprises, right? And I'm talking about enterprise of different verticals. It could be, now all different types of enterprises. Everyone everyone, I would say everyone is on the verge of having something in place to make sure that they can modernize their applications, right? And I think that's the future. As and when we start modernizing our applications, microservices is the way to go, right? Having a DevOps life cycle for an application is the way to go. And when you talk about things like DevOps, when you talk about things like microservices, the biggest challenge is how do we, which is very different to the traditional architectures, right? In the traditional world, what happened was you had a DMZ, you had your databases and your application layer sitting within your data center, and you have a web layer and all those different things. Well, those things can still exist, but the point is all in a microservices-based architecture, which basically means everything can talk to everything, right? Which becomes sort of a risk when you think in terms of security. So the idea is, since we adopt new life cycle for an application, it could be DevOps life cycle, it could be microservices based architecture and things like those. And for that, generally, the architectures that the world is following these days is things like containers, things like serverless architectures. So we need to make sure that we also contain our risk within those environments, right? There have been enough examples of how a Docker image was compromised, which became a huge nuisance value to anybody who used that Docker image to build containers within environments. So the important thing is we first of all need to make sure that you are make sure that you are analyzing your CI/CD pipeline. You have the right information, you have the right visibility of what's happening within your CI/CD. You also need to make sure that you are scanning your images before they get deployed. On top of that, you also need to make sure that you are scanning the actual workloads or payloads which are sitting in a container environment. On top of that, because containers talk to each other, that's the way the architecture is. How do we make sure that you have the right micro segmentation done within a container environment, so that we have the right controls within the container cluster, you can say. And then on top of that, it's also important to make sure that when traffic moves out of a container or cluster, or traffic moving into a container cluster, how do we make sure that we have the right visibility and policies in place to make sure that we can contain any risk? So the reason I'm sharing all this is because that's the whole model of zero trust. Just because that container cluster, that's because it's all part of one single application that we have, doesn't mean that you can just leave it like that. It's important to look at every piece of the environment. So it's very important to look at every element of your workloads. It's important to look at it's also important to look at the way your CI/CD pipeline is. It's important to look at how somebody brings up your images. Where are for example, if you're using Dockers for your container, which is generally the common scenario, you need to make sure that you're scanning those images to make sure that the risk is taken care of. And then ultimately, when these containers or these environments connect to a PaaS, mainly that's where the database is. So if you generally host your service in a public cloud environment, you generally connect to a PaaS environment for your database and all that. We also need to make sure that we have complete visibility of what's happening in a PaaS environment, contain the risk if there exists any, to make sure that your environment is completely taken care of from a zero trust perspective. So the idea is, again, as I said, zero trust is all about a strategy. It's all about a strategy to make sure that you do not trust anything end to end, right? Within your environment. It could be a user, it could be the device of a user, it could be an IoT device, it could be the application sitting on the endpoint, it could be the way you connect to your environment, maybe over the internet, maybe over the public cloud, maybe your workload sitting in whatever form factors in a public cloud or a private cloud environment, or way you connect to your PaaS environment. So the idea is to make sure that you have complete visibility and complete control of your environment. And the last stop is, again, nothing is complete without having complete visibility in a SOC environment, right? And when we, and this is again super critical for a zero trust environment, is mainly because zero trust is all about making sure that we have complete, you can say, inspection going on at every point. Generally, what happens is you need the SOC is maintained to make sure that we have visibility of things that probably users are not even aware of, right? And that's where things like behavioral analytics come in, things like threat hunting comes in, things like threat intel comes in, and then a lot of correlation goes on, right? This is where the SOC comes in and identifies things which probably things which are sitting in your environment are not able to identify. When I say in, is basically when in the line of traffic, right? So that's where automation is super critical to make sure that we can identify these things, identify any anomalies. That's where things like behavior analytics are coming into the picture. We see a lot of customers using threat hunting and threat intel these days to make sure they can identify very, very evasive, you can say, attacks within their environments, because attackers are also changing the way they want to get into an environment, right? So they are using very, very sophisticated pieces of malwares. More and more we see some new types of malwares coming up. So the idea is to have these services in to make sure that we can maintain zero trust within our environment and take care of any anomalies or abnormal behavior within our environment. So SOC plays again a very important and crucial role in a zero trust architecture. And again, the idea is to make sure that we do not trust anything within the environment, and again look for any sort of anomalies or abnormal behavior within the environment. So that's the idea of zero trust. It's all about making sure that we have complete visibility, we have complete control, we have complete inspection of what's happening end to end within any environment. And what we've done at Palo Alto Networks is we've got solutions in place to make sure that we can that ties the entire zero trust architecture in place. It could be right from the endpoints part of it, right from how users access applications, and those applications could be sitting anywhere. It could be sitting in your data centers in a physical or a virtual form factor. It could be sitting in a private cloud within your environment using software-defined networking architectures. It could be sitting in a public cloud environment and leveraging multiple form factors like maybe containers or maybe serverless architectures, and then accessing your PaaS environments or SaaS environments within your environment to make sure that you can take care of your environment. So the idea is we've got an end-to-end solution in place which can help, and we can help you to design and implement a complete end-to-end zero trust architecture. We've already done this with a lot of enterprises. We've already done this with a lot of large institutions within India, and we'll be happy to work with you to make sure that we can implement this within your environments. And again, the idea is it's all about making sure that we have the right zero trust architectures. And it all goes down to whom do you trust, and once you trust someone, how do you make sure that the traffic or the way the user accesses information, workloads within an environment is completely safeguarded by making sure that we have inspections at all levels. And the idea is to provide contextual based policies. The idea is to make sure that we are able to adapt to the needs of the user and the needs of the organization. So, and that's why I mentioned security changes every moment, every second. So you keep on adopting, you keep on, making sure that your policies are adapting to whatever changes happen. Like, for example, if you receive a threat intel with regards to a specific IP address, how can you make sure that the entire policy changes accordingly? And that's where the dynamic policies come in. And then the important thing is to make sure that we have a complete threat protection done to make sure that we can safeguard the risk of your environment. And again, I'll go back to the same thing. Zero trust is all about making sure that we prevent breaches within your environment. That's the goal. That's what zero trust is all about. And that's what I had. Thank you so much for your attention. This is what I thought I'll cover in the time that I had today. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if you have any specific questions which I can take. If not, that's about it. Thank you so much.
We thank you, Mr. Riaz, for the insightful talk on Zero Trust. We also thank all the attendees who have actively engaged during the poll with us. We will be back with you in another few seconds with another insightful and interesting talk. Thank you. We now welcome our esteemed speakers, Mr. Neil Tackett, CISO EMEA Netscope, and Mr. Vinayak Godse, Vice President DSCI, for an exciting fireside chat. Over to the speakers.
Yeah, thanks, Mohita. Welcome, Neil, for the DSCI's 12 Best Practices Meet, and this quick discussion that we would like to do on basically the concept that we all have been talking about. So the connecting remotely to the organization's network, because it's not only the IT employees, but there are many other employees like HR, admin, so many other set of employees also getting connected. So simplicity is important. So is the speed is important, security is important. So how do you see the overall ecosystem is evolving to take care of the simplicity, speed, and security requirement in terms of enabling access to the employee?
So yeah, I mean, what we're seeing is a big change in terms of how organizations are operating. And of course, businesses have a choice, right? So most organizations we see from HR, marketing, admin, finance teams are also heavily utilizing cloud. So, and when we talk about cloud, we talk about multi-cloud. And from multi-cloud, we talk about IaaS and kind of the key providers in terms of infrastructure as a service. We talk about the average organization uses thousands of SaaS apps today. So, of course, from a security and from a performance perspective, we really need to understand the kind of the shared responsibility model and why things such as access control and data protection are, of course, typically the customer's responsibility. So there's a few things we need to consider. So one is we need to make sure that we secure those cloud services. So from a SaaS, IaaS, PaaS perspective, that we also secure and authenticate the connection to those cloud and web services. And even if we're looking at private cloud or even a legacy on-prem application, we need to make sure that we secure and authenticate that connection. And then we need to apply layers of threat protection and data protection to that traffic. That, of course, is key. And I think every organization realizes the value of doing that. But again, ultimately, to your point, we also need to make sure that we increase performance, reduce latency. Typically, where we see organizations really struggling with security is because they're adding layers of latency to already a slow connection. So looking at smart traffic routing, of course, is key.
Yeah. So, and one of the important terms which have been in discussion since last year is a SASE, right? People are saying SASE or SASE, which talks about how the security can be unified to take care of the challenges of the paradigm that we are seeing it now. So this concept was in discussion since last year, but probably it is now coming to the realities. Can you just unreveal us what do you mean by SASE and how practically it can be implemented?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's a Gartner term. So SASE is Secure Access Service Edge. And I think what we're seeing is that organizations, both from a consumer and from a vendor perspective, of course, want to consume and provide service-based technology, not so much just software or just appliances or just infrastructure anymore. Everything is as a service. So of course, the way we need to consume this is through a new architecture model that focuses on putting those services again within an easy access point, so an edge platform. And at Netscope, we offer the same platform. Everything is delivered as a service. We sit in the cloud. But again, what we're seeing is that, as I mentioned before, these organizations that we're working with are consuming thousands of SaaS apps and infrastructure. There needs to be a good way to connect to those services. And the way that SASE has been set up is really, it's this focusing on this inversion model. So now putting the controls as close to the data that we need to protect, putting this, again, moving the engines and the analysis and the security controls to the traffic and not trying to divert traffic to the engines and the analytics. And it's actually a much, again, more efficient way of looking at this from a networking perspective. We see organizations right now looking at the SASE model, kickstarting programs to look at security and network transformation. It's not just about networking and security, it's both. So there's network and security transformation, and just looking at the components they need to deliver on those SASE requirements. There is a multitude of requirements to deliver this, but they form into certain areas such as web and cloud protection, as well as identity, data protection, threat protection, as I mentioned, but also protecting devices. And again, looking at the traditional protocols that we still have to support.
So one important part and things which we've been talking about is the different technologies that can become a part of this as a approach, right, for implementation, right? So JET-10 is definitely one of the important part, but then there are a lot of software defined infrastructure which is coming in, and network is lending a good level of capabilities to evolve this architecture. So as you talked about, so I'd like to understand from you is in all of these things where the focus on the data protection is, especially the data which access being given, so data which is moving, and more importantly data which is at a rest, right, and mostly in a cloud environment. So how exactly one can look at protecting and focusing, bringing the data-centric approach to entire this evaluation that has happened?
Yeah, and that's a great question. So again, I've always been I've been involved in information security now for 20 years. And the best thing I've ever did in my career in those 20 years is focus on data protection, a focus on protecting data. So putting controls around the data. But to your point around what we're seeing is organizations, of course, they don't always know where that data is. So having visibility, having discover capabilities to look for that data, again, within cloud is really key. Again, most organizations, if they have their perimeter, they know that data typically is contained within that perimeter. But for cloud, it's not so easy to understand. So you have issues such as data privacy and data sovereignty type challenges to overcome. So again, organizations really should be looking at discovery, looking to ensure that they have a good record of where their data is being stored. And also they also validate and review the controls that are supplied around that data. Now that covers data at rest, which is great. But I think organizations also have to deal with, again, data in motion, data in use. And that's where you need to start thinking about, again, a more comprehensive approach to these things. And I think that's the thing is we've also seen that, again, we know data is the target for most threat actors. We know that is their goal, really. The value that they can get from an organization is not just attacking infrastructure and causing a denial of service attack. It is around stealing that data, compromising that data. So what we see is organizations are building again, more robust program around data discovery, so data at rest, data in use as employees interact with that data, but also, again, how that data actually flows, performing levels of data flow analysis to ensure that they can actually get a good picture of where that data is heading to as part of that.
Yeah, so one important part of this approach is edge, and it's providing secure access to the edge. But edge also has a lot of capability, right? So it's not only the laptop, but even the mobile phone has a lot of computing capability basically. So is the how in this architecture the capabilities at the edge is being leveraged to make sure that you in the very unsecure environment that you have in terms of the home router which is getting connected, you still maintain the security.
Yeah, and this is where we're seeing organizations looking at, again, bidirectional connectivity, right? So, for instance, if you don't control the device, if you're allowing a form of personal devices to be used inside your organization, again, it may be difficult for you to apply a control on that device. It's not a device you manage or you have any governance over. But of course, you can then put the control specifically on the cloud application. So you can use a reverse proxy type capability to manage that device. For corporate devices, again, mobile, traditional laptops, desktops, etc., typically you can run forward proxy capability. And then again, even if you're looking at data discovery, you can run through API connectivity. So again, the cloud providers out there today typically will issue an API that allows you to connect in. But again, you're not going to be doing that from your own devices. That just wouldn't make any sense. That would cause a big issue in terms of performance. So again, it's looking at those providers that can actually provide access to those cloud services, that have a network that's been designed to be performant and have that direct connectivity to those applications. So somebody like Netscope in that scenario. But there's other challenges that we need to overcome. It's not just again looking at data. It's not just looking at performance. There's many other challenges, and we do have a poll actually, and it'd be great to launch the poll to get the feedback from every attendee.
So I think let's go for the poll now, and probably we'll carry one or two questions after the poll. So can we have the poll, please?
Visibility, transparency. I guess right now would be one of the biggest challenges. But once you have that visibility and transparency into terms of where your data is, those other elements also probably kick in, right? Because you need to make sure that you're meeting the legal requirements of where that data is stored and how it's being used.
So, Neil, I think one of the important thing which I have been closely following in Netscope, and is one of the very well recognized kind of a company in cybersecurity space. You have been featuring quite consistently in some of the Gartner's Magic Quadrant as well. But you also commit a lot. One is to serving the client, and especially in this particular use case, which is becoming so prominent because of the pandemic case, you serve client and many of those kind of cloud transition plus the managing secure access. But you also have a good development engineering operations here in India as well. So can you just reveal about what you have been doing, what kind of a contribution that Indian geography engineers are making to the overall story of Netscope?
Absolutely, yeah. So, I mean, we're very thankful that we position very highly in Gartner's Magic Quadrant in terms of our innovation. We're leader, and for cloud security for CASB segment, we're again furthest right in terms of innovation. But that only comes with having we have some great people working across our organization, and our motto has been around reimagine the perimeter and how we change that. So again, we have a great development team in India. Some of the smartest minds that have been brought into Netscope working on, again, this kind of innovation and this reimagine the perimeter philosophy really that we have. And we know based on discussions we've had with our customers that they really want to see, again, a different, I guess, opportunity to embrace security and network transformation. So again, having that team, that team working on these areas, we're also focusing heavily on levels of automation. And again, we built a world-class team focusing on that. I think that's one of the biggest challenges we've seen in security. So yeah, I mean, that's great. So yeah, our commitment to India is key. our engineering software development teams in India building and enhancing our product every day. We operate in a CI/CD model, so 2 releases every month with some, again, great new features that come out as part of that. But it's also great because we get involved in the community. We're doing some great things in the community, supporting, for instance, I know it's been a really tough time for everybody over the last few months, but it's been great because I know that the Netscope India team have been able to made a large contribution to the Prime Minister's Relief Fund. That was, I think, last month. And also Netscope have been working to support Médecins Sans Frontières over the last few months with, again, making donations, running events to support that great organization that goes out and supports people at this very difficult time. So again, we're really key. It's really key for us. It's one of our mission statements is to support the community and just make sure that we have, again, the best people available to develop these great products.
So thanks, Neil. And I'd just like to conclude with a question about, so now we have seen early evaluation, but from now to forward, like going forward from now, like what do you see? What will be your vision for security in coming couple of years' time, right? So briefly, you can conclude the discussion with this question.
Sure. I mean, the easy answer would be to say to build everything based on the SASE model. But again, I think it's what we're looking at is for organizations to really take advantage of microservices and cloud. So look at those new capabilities, and rather than having a very long drawn out process to choose a specific product, it's saying we need that microservices, we're going to enable it using a checkbox. Everything is delivered, and again, you have the same capability that you would have, but it would take you again a lot less time to deploy. And in that aspect as well, it's then looking at the integrations between all products, right? Utilizing the same policy engine. Everyone says about we need a single pane of glass, but actually what we need is a single policy engine that can take and apply controls where necessary, and that is really key for us. That's what we're building at Netscope.
Okay. And with this, I think, Neil, I would really like to thank. This was a really short but very meaningful discussion. Thanks for your participation. Thanks, Netscope team, for supporting this initiative of the ASI for Best Practice Meet. And this is a kind of a first virtual meet that we have been doing as a part of this our effort to engage the community here. So thanks being part with us, and thanks being contributing to the discussion, Neil. Thank you. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you to everyone that attended. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Over to you, Mohita. Mohita, you are on mute.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Thacker, and thank you, Mr. Godse, for the insightful and candid chat. And also thank you to our delegates who have participated actively in the poll. Now, stay tuned with us, and we will move on to our next session. Thank you. We are back with another session for our panel discussion on business resiliency technical stack. We have with us Mr. Anush Tiwari, CISO HCL, Mr. Jitendra Arora, Head India Business Controls, State Street Corporate Services, Mr. Mohit Singhal, VP Technology Target India, Mr. Rayaz Ahmed, Business Continuity Leader HPE, and Mr. Sanjay Joshi, Managing Director, Accenture Technology. Request the speakers to kindly take the discussion forward.
Thank you, Mohita. And good evening to everybody. A very warm welcome to this panel discussion. And very humbled to have joined today with the esteemed speakers. Just want to set the context of the session by saying in the previous days, we have always thought of business continuity, and we have thought of things like buildings, facilities, state, country level plans. And now here we are in the state of pandemic, and we are working in a very new environment. We have really pivoted the way we have operated at a plan level, at an execution level, whether it comes to contexts of information security, privacy, regulatory, and several technology aspects, which are the focus of the session today. For instance, how do we look at the technical stack? How does one engineer for chaos? Things like serverless infrastructure, disaster recovery, and zero trust. So we have a lot of interesting themes, and we are joined with a lot of fabulous industry experts. I'm going to start probably by requesting Mohit to give his thoughts a little bit around what he thinks that industries are doing in terms of business resiliency with all the changes we are seeing.
Thank you, Anuj. Thank you for that. And before I start, we were hearing Riaz Tambe talk about zero trust architecture, and something resonated with me on the zero trust architecture, which I heard 15 years back. Right? Obviously, it was in a very different context. And the leader at that point in time used to say, trust is good, but control is better. And it is so apt in today's world. Right? Anyway, so that's something I wanted to say it out aloud after hearing that interesting discussion from Riaz. Coming back to your question, Anuj, business resiliency in my mind is all about how business is responding with a changing environment. And I feel that it cannot be achieved overnight. Now, if you look at Target's success as a business in the last few months can be attributed to two things. The first is the durable strategy, which not only acts as a long-term vision or a long-term beacon for us, but also helps us navigating through the short-term immediate situations as the current one. Right? Then the second one, I would say, is this flexible teams we've built over the last 3 years. We've seen tremendous growth in our digital business, and we've been able to respond to our guests effectively because of these two factors. Now, if you look at our strategy, we are committed to bring joy to our guests while keeping their safety in mind, and by enabling them to shop with us wherever they want to, whether it is in stores, whether it is in their house, whether it is in their desktop or on their mobile. And at the same time, we provide them with convenient fulfillment options which are most suitable to them. These include the same-day delivery services such as Drive Up, Pickup, same-day home delivery using Shipt, and our strategy has kept us agile and flexible. And with the advent of pandemic, our focus just continues to remain just the same. The only thing is, from tactics perspective, we may change from one bit to the other, depending on the changing environment. The next one, which I would like to talk about, is the flexible teams. We've been able to build flexible teams, again, because of two things. The first one is the ruthless prioritization. To address the changing guest demand, we've put a robust change management process in place. This is focused on prioritizing the safety of our team members, our guests, and addressing the current needs of our guests. So anything and everything we do today keeps these three things in our mind. And the second one, which makes our teams flexible, is all about the strong tech infrastructure. Our investment in strong tech infrastructure over the last few years played a critical role to support our guests when they need us and where they need us. Our infrastructure, which is cloud enabled, is designed to manage peak volumes during Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday. That's typical a time when a retailer's peak season comes. And we've seen unprecedented physical and digital traffic in the last few months. And we were able to quickly scale up to support our business and our guests because of our infrastructure. There were continuous days in March and April where we did more sales than any Cyber Monday in the past. And we did this without breaking a sweat, just because of these two things, right? To put things in perspective, our digital sales grew by 141% year on year in Q1. And our same day delivery services, which I just spoke about, grew by 278%. And during holiday seasons, or the peak season as we call it, here at home, we set up a command center, and we enable continuous monitoring from key locations. And given the pandemic situation and the fact that our team member safety is our topmost priority, we pivoted all of our command centers virtual. We enabled our teams to work from home well in advance of the city lockdown. And the very fact that our teams, our technology, and our infra worked flawlessly in this high velocity and high volume environment, you know, we must. I think we might just change the way we look at our peak support in the future. So silver lining to the crisis situation is that we got to learn something new, which we would have never done in the past. So with that, I would say, just as Target has taken up this course of having durable strategy, flexible teams, I'm sure the other industries, other companies in the industry are also adhering to some of the same principles. Thank you, Anuj.
Thank you, Mohit. That's very insightful. Some of the key takeaways that I really liked about your comments were trust is good, but control is better. I think I'm going to use that one sometime. And I think that goes back to the golden principle in IT governance, which is trust but verify. And essentially, big believer in that. Also picked up another interesting topic from your comments was about the robust change management. And certainly in turbulent times when we have to be nimble with the business environments, a change management process really comes in handy and make sure that somebody is looking over the rapid deployments that are being done. With that, I want to pivot over, Jitendra, possibly to you, and want to request your thoughts on IT resiliency, especially post-COVID-19. I mean, we have been in the last 2 quarters potentially been dealing with or responding to the pandemic, whether it is our business environment or technology environments. How do you think the business strategy would evolve from a continuity perspective in the times to come?
Sure. Thanks, Anuj. So I think two factors, and again, I want to start with saying that, we're dealing with a very extraordinary kind of, situation. I think none of us would have kind of really thought of, being on this particular panel discussion, virtually 6 months back. So yeah, we're dealing with a very, once in a lifetime kind of a event, and everybody is kind of reacting to it, right? We still don't know how things are going to unfold in future, but yes, there are some kind of calculated guesses that each one of us can take. So I think one thing which has happened very rapidly, and I think Mohit also talked about, is the acceleration of the technology, the adoption of the technology, in a very, very accelerated fashion. And I think overnight, some of the organizations kind of, had to kind of build that work from home capability. Some of them were ready, probably, in Mohit's case, as he said, and some other organizations as well. But most of us kind of had to kind of, gradually ramp up. And some of the people had to kind of turn it around, pretty much overnight to get that work from home capability. And what happened is that when you do this kind of or address this kind of a situation, it comes with its own challenges. So overnight, thousands of people were working from home, in insecure kind of a network, on unsecured devices. And there are issues which will come with 95% of your staff working from home, with kind of not that kind of secure standards which you would expect in a corporate kind of environment, right? So I think that's one thing which we need to, as we kind of move forward to the new reality, and most of the people working from home going forward. I think the info security definitely is going to be kind of coming into limelight, and will be at the center stage of everything that we do from our organization perspective. And to kind of dwell on it a little bit further, it's also about while corporates can kind of make sure that they provide all the right infrastructure and help for the dispersed workforce to kind of have those kind of control features. But it will also be about education and awareness to the employees, that how they deal with these kind of situations, how they are able to use some of those collaborative tools in a very secure manner, how they are able to kind of like really understand what could be some of the potential the phishing attacks that we are seeing and the malware attacks and all that stuff that we are seeing. Is they need to be aware of like how to protect the assets and the data of the organization that they're working for. And I think another big change which is gonna, really from an IT perspective is gonna happen is also about the privacy. Again, like these are unprecedented times, so everybody is kind of looking at it, from a perspective of, like making sure that health and safety of the employees or the workers or the guests is important. But at the same time we want to make sure that things the pandemic doesn't kind of spread too far as well. So there's a fine balance, and governments have come out with contact tracing applications, the health apps which share the data with third parties. And I think that's where again some of the intrusiveness into your private life kind of comes into picture, and we need to make sure that we are able to kind of find that right balance, and which is basically like just kind of work on the principles of making sure that the data minimization and the purpose limitation. So make sure that you collect only that much data which is required, and then like it is used only for the purpose for which it is getting collected. And the last piece on that is how do you really protect the data, and how do you kind of make sure that you're transparent with whom you are collecting the data from, so that they know how the data is going to get used. So I think these are some of the things which definitely from a privacy or from a data security perspective are going to be kind of like very much in at the forefront like going forward.
Thank you, Jitendra. Very insightful, especially the facts around making sure that we store as less as possible. Of course, a very good de-risking approach instead of trying to be more protective, detective, investing a lot of money. You would rather just capture less and think of things like data and assets and privacy at the forefront of design aspects. And certainly, the trends that we are seeing around phishing, malware are concerning. With that, I think another thing that comes to mind greatly is the fact that human dependency has been a question that has been on leaders' mind. For instance, we had, in a way, always assumed that the workforce would be available. The offices was open, everybody will show up, and we'll do business as usual. But today, we are looking at times where the workforce and the workplace are completely disrupted. And with the recent happenings, I don't think I need to even articulate on how that is played out. With that, Sanjay, if I may pivot to you and think of our hyper automation capabilities to reduce human dependencies, especially at least around the critical business processes. Would love to hear your thoughts around some of those aspects.
Sure, Anuj, thanks for that question. And I think one of the things that kind of always happens in as we deal with these kind of crises is that you definitely focus on infrastructure resiliency, you focus on application, but then at times the data and the process part of it is kind of secondary. You think that kind of will get to it, right? And one of the things we've observed in this crisis is the human angle kind of became the center focus of this whole crisis. And of course, work from home is just one dimension of it. But what we observed as an example is one of the companies that I dealt with personally. Very humane, very necessary service of a childcare center in hundreds of parents dependent on them across the nation. And suddenly the call volumes went 10x because everybody was really concerned. And they simply didn't ever plan from a human perspective to sort of deal with that. Now, the question that came about is, how do you deal with that? Of course, conversational AI, bots, etc., came about, but from a longer term perspective, that's a fundamental capability or trend that we're observing, is to look at critical business processes and to look at interplay of data and AI to see how you can't make them human less, but can you make them less human dependent as a process? That's been one of the key focus areas. Now, this has also become very critical because moment, and I think this was touched upon by the previous speakers as well, that when you start letting individuals get access to data, data security, data privacy starts becoming an issue. And one of the ways in which you can very appropriately deal with this is to minimize the human interface with data. So the whole concept of putting AI as the backbone, not just for managing the core process, but also for looking at where data touchpoints are coming. That's the discovery of data, both on-premise and on cloud. And is it for a purpose that a certain individual is accessing data or a certain application is accessing data? And so that whole process of not just managing the core sort of business process, but also the underlying data stream that goes along with it, how to keep a tab on that, and how to make sure that only authorized applications, authorized people actually get that. That's become a very important sort of dimension. The one last point I will make is that one of the key thing that has happened, as part of this crisis is that the dependency on data to just conduct your business has become that much more. Of course, everybody is going digital. Data is going to be even more central to the business. Now, the question that comes is, can you survive without sharing that data with your ecosystem, with your supply chain, with your partners? And yet, on the other side, you have all these concerns on privacy, security, and so on. So what we are also seeing is this whole paradigm of changing the view and saying, don't share the data, but share the insights, which means don't share your data, don't let your data come out of the organization, but maybe you can authorize a program, an AI program to come in, gather insights and approve of those insights so that you never ever have to deal with data privacy and data security issues from an outside perspective. So I think some of the initial thoughts on where the center of gravity is moving towards saying, let's make this little less human dependent and a little more AI leverage to kind of drive the critical business.
Thanks, Sanjay. Really like the context around let's make it less human dependent, more on AI. I think historically we have always heard of artificial intelligence or big data as a threat to privacy. But at the same point of time, how you very beautifully articulated that another reason is that usually when humans look at data, they don't necessarily have an algorithm or a workflow to deal with them. So a lot of it goes back to the human link or the weakest chain in security, sometimes as we call it. Very interesting perspective. Thank you. With that, it kind of invokes the thought around how are we dealing with disaster recovery as a service, right? And how are we really looking at resiliency orchestration? We heard themes around privacy. We heard themes around technical stacks. And Riaz, if I may request you to opine a little bit on it, how do you think in this chaos engineering phase of resiliency we are looking at it?
Yeah, thank you, Anuj. Let me think about it. My thoughts when we were, speaking with the leadership team of one of my clients, where we asked about what kind of risk you think can impact to you, and I gave some of the scenario like, okay, if suppose your 50% to 60% employees are not available, will you be able to sustain? The answer was, it is not going to happen. And then we move to, defend ourselves. Then we move to people, then process, then technology part. And now in current scenario, if you think about it, companies got impacted on people perspective, process perspective, and technology perspective as well, considering COVID-19 situation where most of the company has compromised on their data privacy part, their information security part, where they have even government have eased some of the regulatory requirement as well to support to the business and continuation the critical business processes while people are working from home to sustain their business priorities. And that started with the disaster recovery for the people perspective, how our employees are going to work, from home, where we thought about it. Most of the company thought about it around our BCP strategy is going to be our 40% employees are going to work from home, and rest is going to be going with the flow. And we will start our critical processes with the minimum capacity, and then we can increase the headcount based on the requirement. But here in this scenario, it has happened like everybody's going to work from home. How are we going to sustain with our infrastructure? Even we have, some of the companies, there was dependency on the network infrastructure. Company has provided some data cards or something like that. And, those telecom service providers were not able to support because of their people unavailability and, shut down to their office. It was direct impact to the another companies as well, where people were ready to work, but there was no adequate infrastructure. So how we are going to sustain that? In that case, we have to get all these available infrastructure, support, and everything to make sure people can connect with the people in terms of infrastructure. They can start connecting to the company network and start working on it. So that was another challenge which proactive disaster recovery or business continuity companies faced on it, when it was highlighted in risk management part as well, in business impact analysis part as well, but it was not taken very seriously because that was an assumption. It is not going to happen. We are safe. We can sustain with our available infrastructure with 40% to 50% capacity. But that was eye-opening for everyone because the situation was something which never happened in recent and in this kind of pandemic. It was like each and every company strategies got changed in disaster management capabilities, process management capabilities, also for business continuity capabilities as well, where we are thinking about all possible options. Like Sanjay mentioned about bots or AI part, where we can have a less human interaction. The SLAs, OLAs, even EHS is playing a very crucial part on it for disaster recovery, because we are dependent on our people as of now. Their safety is important as well, and make sure they are available, they are good health, and all the perspective is going to be taken care. So now it is, if I go with that, it is a collaborative effort to make business sustainable. It is not only focus on disaster recovery, it focus on crisis management, it's focus on business continuity, it's focus on adaptable information security perspective as well, and obviously people aspect, which is their health and safety, their mental health requirement, and make them more motivated to work in this scenario and continue support to the business. So this is the new disaster recovery and business continuity management system, including risk management, which is coming into the picture. So that is my thought on it. Anuj, over to you.
Thank you, Riyaz. Very rounded perspective, all the way from, sorry, I'm getting a little bit echo. So a lot of rounded perspectives, appreciate Riyaz, on people aspects, technology aspects, and several few. In fact, you've led me to thinking a little more around on the technology stacks. And you mentioned that when this started, we really needed to pivot and understand people want to work, but how do we make them work, right? How do we make those systems available? We possibly always had them inside and access to a physical building, or sometimes only a few systems openly available on the externet or via VPN. But then how do we make that available? And as I think of some of those things, I'm thinking if we can maybe reflect a little more around the technology aspects of chaos engineering, whether we think through things like containerization, whether we think of things like serverless infrastructure. And I think, Mohit, you are a technology leader with Target. You would have probably seen a lot of this, especially being an e-commerce retailer, which is something that has increased many folds in times of COVID, where people don't want to visit shops, people don't want to, go out much and stay in a physically distant environment. What are your thoughts around the way you would have adopted from work from home or zero trust or containerization, if you will?
Sure, Anuj. And let me start off with the fact that, what Riyaz mentioned, that none of us imagined 3 months back that 90% or 95% of our workforce would be working from home. And as Jitendra put across, how could we make sure that the business is done in a secured environment? To me, working from home entails a very important aspect of security, which essentially means that each actor gets the access to the data and the application bases their access levels. Right? And again, talking about target, given the size, scale, and spread of target, we always had remote working enabled. But and during the COVID-19 situation, we were confident in our info security capabilities. What we had not imagined ever was that 95% of our workforce is going to be working from home. So we continue to stay focused on the prioritization around the team member safety and the guest data. And we adopted a risk-based approach, amplified our cyber intel, prioritizing security factors and solving for them. So that was a critical part which made us enable working from home for approximately all the headquarter team members. Now, we completely acknowledge that work from home was essential. And we had to secure work from home for those team members who would have otherwise worked in a secured environment, even when they were in office. Think of people dealing with FRS or the financial and risk services. And we prioritize specific testing to ensure that as we work from home, how do we make sure that the data and the applications which our team members were producing day in and day out was safe? And so, and in the whole mix of these things, we also saw a lot of innovation happening. So we call it as a crisis-driven innovation. Virtual desk interfaces, right? This was a thing which was not even an option 3 months back. But today, as we onboard new team members, we've enabled VDI to ensure that they connect seamlessly from day one to our organization. And as you might imagine, right, a lot of us have dealt with the application development engineers. These engineers create applications day in and day out. But it was more important than ever for them to understand their role in cybersecurity in this situation. Right? So we use things like gamification to reinforce the security practices and making each message stick to them. We use things like escape room. This is a concept very widely used in games, right? You get logged in an escape room and then you have to find clues to get out of it. We use something similar to that, but instead of giving them clues about finding keys, we use them to give them clues on do's and don'ts on security features. What are some of those essential things they should do, and what are the essential things they should not do? So these are just one of the things which we've used to wrap an important aspect of security with the team engagement. Okay? So that is how we've dealt with work from home. Thank you, Anuj.
Thank you, Mohit. That's very interesting. And essentially, your pivot towards gamification, making sure people are still aware while they're working out of their homes or the remote environments, is specifically very encourageable. And I want to probably ask and touch upon one last theme before we break. Essentially, I want to think of any closing thoughts as we especially push towards digital transformation. And when we think of digital transformation, we continue to have cyber regulatory, our BFS regulatory, and some of the privacy aspects like GDPR still in place. So whereas some of your peers and leaders are trying to pivot in this environment, any thoughts that any of you would like to share of what should people be mindful of and how to go around it?
So, Anuj, this is Jitender, and I think not just from a digital perspective, but as they say, like that don't let the crisis go waste, right? So I think it's while we all talked about that this is unprecedented event, I think what at least in my organization we are thinking about is that how to kind of build on our capabilities, whether it's from a technology perspective or innovation or re-engineering, and use this as an opportunity to kind of look at things from a fresh pair of eyes, from a fresh lens perspective, and continue to do this innovation. We have seen that the speed at which the decisions were made were amazing. Like some of the people, decision makers, like come together, like, and in couple of hours or couple of days, most difficult decisions were taken. So we don't want to let go of that new found kind of like drive and the hustle that we say, like in the startup world, to go away, because it's something like like you want to kind of get fit, and you work on a plan, and a diet plan or exercise, and it should not be for a short period of time, like you continue to do it and you see results. But if you kind of just go back to your old bad habits, then kind of everything is wasted. So I think that's what I would say, that let's use this opportunity to whether to accelerate technology or build a more resilient operational model, or supply chain or whatever it is. I think that that's the right way to kind of look at it and come out of the crisis stronger.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for summing it up so well. And of course, very well resonate with Sir Winston Churchill saying that never let go in crisis and waste. So I think as we pivot really out of this crisis and go back to the new normal, culture and change management possibly are going to be the two big themes, which will not just touch technology and our business processes, but also the workforce that we work with. And human is an important element, as Riyaz also pointed out. With that, I really want to thank all the panelists today for joining in. It's very insightful, and I'm very humbled to be with all of you here. Thank you, and a good evening to everybody.
Thank you, Anush. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
We thank our respected panelists for the interesting deliberation on business resiliency. And we request our delegates to please be with us for one of the most anticipated keynotes of the day. On behalf of DSCI and our participants, I extend a warm welcome to Mr. Adam Palmer, Chief Cybersecurity Strategist, Tenable, for his keynote on effective cyber risk management for security leaders. Over to Mr. Palmer.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Palmer, and I am the Chief Cybersecurity Strategist at Tenable. I'm based in Dublin, Ireland. I am a former CISO. I most recently was Global Director of Cyber Risk for one of the largest banks in Europe. And Tenable is a 20-year-old company, for those may not be familiar, with a global offices, including in an office in India as well. I'm going to be talking to you about effective cybersecurity risk management for security leaders. When I was working at the bank as a global director, I primarily focused on the bottom layer that you see on your screen. This is the common IT risks, the servers, the desktops, the mobile phones, the laptops. But I think we know that the attack surface has expanded. And I think as security leaders, we often forget about some of these, the top two rows you see. So some organizations are focusing now on cloud, containers, development ops, but there may particularly be a blind spot for operational technology, OT. So if you're any type of industrial organization, of course, OT technology, which may be many years old, but still connecting to your network. But think of all the smart connected devices, the HVAC, the access controls in your organization, all of these devices that have expanded the threat landscape, and we see attackers using them to target organizations because these are weak points. But this is, of course, new concerns and new risks that security leaders need to focus on. And the problem is that legacy vulnerability management can't seem to keep up. With legacy tools, they just are not designed for this expanded attack surface of all the IoT, cloud, OT devices. So you have limited visibility of all of your assets. You can't protect what you don't know about. There's ineffective prioritization. About 30% of vulnerabilities we find in organizations are never remediated. It's the average median time is about 2 months after an assessment to remediation. And there's really a prioritization problem. We find that organizations that we work with, many of them have never or not effectively prioritizing the critical risks. So many of you may use the CVSS scores and these kinds of things. Maybe you rank critical or high. About 56% of those are rated high. So if you have 100,000 vulnerabilities, your team is trying to chase 56,000 critical or high vulnerabilities. So the problem is there's too much data, and you can never be successful with that, no matter how big your team is. And there's just poor communication as well, trying to report your program and your strategy to senior management. And I want to talk to you about two mistakes that I see a lot of organizations make with vulnerability management. This first is the RAG score, the red, amber, green score. And every organization I worked at, I will be honest, had some form of this type of approach. This is when you have a problem, say access management in Q1, and you label the risk as red. Then in Q2, or I'm sorry, in the second or third quarter, you've halfway implemented the tool. So you say 50% success, you label it amber, and then at the end you say you have fully reduced the risk and it's green. So that's not success. It's really not measuring in any way whether that control is effective. You're not measuring whether or not risk has actually been reduced. The only thing that you've measured is the implementation milestone of the control. This leads to a maturity-based approach where you just have increasing costs trying to achieve a certain level without any awareness of what the actual risk is. So you have a low awareness of the low visibility of your assets across all of your platforms. You have a false sense of security because you have incomplete data. The critical exploits are exploited by attackers easily because they're not patched. You're spending time and effort addressing low-risk issues because you're not prioritizing, and you can't really communicate that effectively. The other mistake I see is the classic beat the bear fallacy. The joke is there's two people running in the forest. One of them, they know there's bears there, so they tell the other, one's friend says to the other, he's putting on running shoes, and the friend says, you can't outrun the bears. And the friend jokes, I don't have to outrun the bears, I just have to outrun you. This is when you're just trying to be a little bit better than the organization across the street. This was actually told to me by a chief risk officer in Europe as his approach. But this really fails because, again, it's not an effective strategy. You know that the attackers will attack any organization regardless of their level, and they'll move from one to another, and costs will still be out of control. So I want to talk to you about an effective approach that we know risk-based vulnerability management was noted by Gartner, one of the leading industry groups, that said organizations who follow a risk-based vulnerability management approach will suffer 80% fewer breaches. And how does that occur? So let me talk to you about how to have an effective risk-based approach. Some of you may feel you already do this. I'm going to hopefully talk to you about how to do it more effectively, and to follow the tenable approach. The way we approach it is, first, you have to understand the vulnerability. You have to calculate what we call a VPR score, a vulnerability priority rating. So this looks at the context of it, knowing how it's exploited, the recency, the intensity, how old it is. By the way, CVSS scores have no context. They're often released 2 weeks old. So you really don't know if it's being exploited in the wild. And we look at what type of threat source it is. You also have to know what the context of the risk is. If I tell you I have a bald tire and I ask you what the risk is, you might say hi. But in fact, the truth is that if I tell you that bald tire is not on my automobile, that it's actually a swing for my children in the garden, the risk is actually zero. So this is why context of the risk is so important. And the way you identify the context of the risk is understanding the asset that risk is affecting. And the way Tenable approaches this is by calculating an ACR, an asset criticality rating. We leverage proprietary algorithms to calculate the criticality of an asset to focus on the prioritization efforts. So what we look at in calculating this criticality is the business purpose of the asset, what type of device it is, how it connects, what are the capabilities, where is it located in your organization, and does it have third-party data or accessed by third parties. When you have the VPR plus the ACR, the vulnerability, you understand the vulnerability, you understand the asset, you can focus first on what matters the most. Right? So this is the critical piece of prioritizing based on the importance of an asset and the risks it posed by the vulnerabilities on that specific asset. And the critical value of this is this number 97%. In the organizations we work with, we find that they reduce their overall workload and their focus to about 3 to 5% of all of the assets that they're focused on, or all the critical risks rather that they're focused on. And so you might find more assets, but you're only focusing on the critical risks. So as you can understand, if you reduce your workload to 3 to 5% of the most critical risks, the things you really need to focus on, you become much more efficient and you save a lot of money. This is why if you aggressive, proper vulnerability management, risk-based, if you do this, almost nothing else matters because it's the foundation of your security program. And in fact, McKinsey, the very well-regarded consulting company, has stated that companies that have used this risk-based approach, the way Tenable describes it, see a reduction of risk of 7.5 times their original program at no added cost. And the reason it's no added cost is because even if you're investing more initially in a risk-based VM program, you're saving money in the long term because you're optimizing your team. You're not chasing every single 56,000 CVSS score. You can perhaps have a smaller team or a more focused team, and you don't buy tools that you don't really need because you're buying tools based on a risk that you're trying to reduce. So you improve your security and you reduce cost. The last thing I'll say on this is the other benefit of this is reporting. When business leaders ask how secure are we, they don't want a 300-page answer. And the answer to this, we've developed a tool called Lumen, which takes our data lake, 1.5 billion vulnerabilities a week that we analyze, third-party data sources. And you look at all the criticality assets, the vulnerabilities, and it creates a cyber exposure score. And the importance of this, I know from personal experience, the bank that I worked at was always trying to measure, how do we measure ourselves? How do we calculate our actual risk exposure? And this is really the answer. You get a quantifiable number, a score, and you can see how that score might change based on what controls you implement. And you can benchmark against your peers. You can see how does different assets compare, how do different business groups compare, how does your organization, your company organization compare to other similar organizations, and how does that trend change or how is it affected over time? So I'll just conclude. I went through this very quickly, and I just want to conclude by noting that to move from vulnerability management to cyber exposure was what's critical. Some of you may be on that bottom layer of the RAG score, the traditional vulnerability management. You're just asking where are we exposed. And I'd encourage you to try to adopt this approach and you move to a risk-based vulnerability management approach. So when you're at that bottom layer, you're just trying to ask where are we exposed. When you adopt a risk-based VM approach powered by machine learning with continuous assessment, you start to ask, where should we prioritize based on a specific risk? And how do we compare to our peers? And then the final sort of top tier and most mature part of that model is really connecting that security program to your business, where you're asking, how are we reducing risk out over time? And are we really measuring and improving our security program and benchmarking that effectively? And the best way to get started is to really give this a demonstration and try and compare it to your existing program and see the value. So that's how Tenable approaches risk-based vulnerability management and the value that we see for our customers. As I mentioned, we're a 20-year-old company. We're very dynamic and growing fast. And we are the #1 rated company in vulnerability management. Independent sources like IDC and Forrester have ranked and noted Tenable this year as the #1 company in vulnerability management and the market leader. And this is, again, independent, well-regarded industry groups who have recognized Tenable as the leader in vulnerability management, that we focus on this. So thank you for allowing me to talk to you about vulnerability management and the importance of this. I'd encourage you to reach out. My email contact information is here. Please feel free to contact me one-to-one. I can't possibly cover everything in just a few minutes here, but I would welcome to talk to any of you and have a direct conversation or support you as you try this approach. And I wish you all the best of success with your organization. Thank you.
On behalf of the audience, thank you, Mr. Palmer, for sharing your insights with us. We will be right back with our final session for the day. Request the delegates to be with us, please. We now invite our next panel for discussion on priorities and strategies for GRC. We have with us Mr. Tirthankar Datta, CISO Naukri.com, Mr. Dhananjay Khanna, CISO SBI Cards, and Mr. Pawan Chawla, CISO Future Generali. May I now request our panelists to take the session forward.
Thank you, Mohita, for giving us this opportunity. Hello, everyone. Myself, Dhananjay, and I'll be moderating today's session. Welcome to the panel discussion as part of the Best Practices Meet 2020 organized by DSCI. We have got a very interesting topic and a relevant topic in the present scenario, in the present time, priorities and strategies for GRC in the new normal, wherein from the workplace to IT infrastructure, applications to business is going through a radical shift. I have two very eminent panelists with me, Tirthankar Datta from Naukri.com and Pawan Chawla from Future Generali. I think both of them have a very vast experience in this field. But before we start, I would like Tirthankar and Pawan to introduce themselves and quickly share few things about their experiences. Tirthankar, can we start from you?
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Pawan, I think Tirthankar might be having some issue. Can we start with you?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Dhananjay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Pawan Chawla. I'm the CISO for Future Generali India Life Insurance. I've been instrumental in various architect enterprise security projects, and I have delivered various operational projects with key focus on business KPI and business enabler through information technology and enterprise application software by ensuring optimal utilization of resources in the past. I've been CISO, CP, CI, SI, and ISO 27001 certified with 18 years of rich experience. The hobbies I have, I keep on writing articles and journals for various sections to the forum to contribute my experience. That's a small brief about me, and I'm really looking forward to this panel because it's a very interesting topic, which is need of the hour, and I'm sure it is going to be very interesting.
Can we? Thanks, Pawan. Tirthankar, can we have your quick introduction, please?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Dhananjay. So my name is Tirthankar. I'm heading information security at InfoEdge. InfoEdge is running brands like Naukri, 99 Acres, Jeevan Sathi, Naukri Gulf. So I'm primarily responsible for all the information security requirements for the brands. And I'm really excited to be part of this session because this talks about a very interesting topic, which is actually impacting our overall cybersecurity strategy, and would be happy to add value in this session. Thank you.
Thanks, Tirthankar, for introducing yourself. So I think now coming to the topic, which I think we all agree it's very apt and very tuned for today's scenario, how the priorities and strategies for GRC are shaping up in the current new normal. So first thing which I would like Tirthankar to kind of give his thoughts is, how do you see GRC playing a role during such crisis situation like pandemics and all? Do you see GRC or governance, risk and compliance taking a backseat, or taking going on front foot and helping the organizations manage risk during these crisis situations? How do you see it shaping up right now?
Dhananjay, this is a question for me. Sorry, I lost the connection.
Yeah, I think this. Okay. I hope I'm audible. Let me repeat. Titankar, this is wanted to understand how GRC is playing a pivot role, or how GRC is shaping up during current crisis situations like pandemic. Do you see governance, risk, and compliance taking a back seat while the business continuity, the organizations are trying to kind of continue their businesses and they are not too much bothered about governance, risk, and compliance? Or do you see governance, risk, and compliance helping organizations shape up their strategies for business continuities? Pawan, I think Titankar is having some connectivity issue. Would you like to give a shot on this? Sorry.
Absolutely, Dhananjay, not a problem. This is a hot topic, and this is the need of the hour today, because the way business are changing, this pandemic has brought us to a situation where every business is going a drastic change. Nobody has ever experienced such kind of a thing ever before in our lifetime. So whatever we have lived so far, with strict quarantine measure and mandated business closure now in place in the country, a new reality is gripping the organizations across the industries. We have seen businesses closing down, and we have seen people sitting at home. And one thing which is very important we realize is everything is interconnected. Now, we're taking an example of a small restaurant, for instance, which doesn't only impact the employees, but it also impacts the farmer, baker, cleaner, line suppliers, and the other providing behind the scene and support. The the and those people have their own supplies, who have their own supplies, all of which are feeling the effect. That's just a small example. And what is happening today is in every business, the one thing is for sure, the traditional approach of managing risk, which we used to follow, is not going to work anymore. That is the time then we have to think, and then we have to look at it, risk from a different angle itself. The GRC plays a very important role, because now we have to look at risk from completely different angle, the way we have never looked at before. The focus is not only the risk we know, but preparing for those we don't know. This pandemic is powerful reminder that risks do not respect silos. An integrated, coordinated response is very essential for survival. And that's what I believe that need to be focused on for every business, and every GRC individual has to think over it and jot it down to bring the business back.
Cool. No, Pawan, I think very well said. Thanks for that. Titankar, if you are back, can we have your thoughts on how GRC is playing a pivot role, or is it playing a pivot role in today's new normal scenarios, or do you see it has taken a backseat?
Sure. Thanks. I think good question, Dhananjay. So I would like to start this conversation with a very famous quote, like the greatest ideas are the simplest one. So I would like to decode the question into very simpler terms so that you all understand that what exactly is getting changed because of this changing threat landscape. For a moment, when you talk about the GRC, the primary purpose of governance risk framework to protect our asset, right, in any company. So when you have to protect an asset, there are three things that we have to control. First is the process, second is the people, and is the technology. For example, if I pick up the technology piece, and if I start talking about what are the technology changes happen in this time, I would like to quote about two major technology that have changed, the adoption might have changed for the company. The first one is the web conferencing applications like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and Cisco WebEx. I think the adoption is much higher that even hackers also started focusing on it. You might have heard that the attack happened, Zoom bombing. Because the adoption is so high, we tend to forget that we need to have a strong governance layer as well to control this kind of technologies. Another part, we have started using these softwares, and we're also uploading a lot of documents on this cloud. And if the company is not having a solution like CASB, then you have very limited insight what is happening on the cloud, what are the things are getting uploaded, who all are having access, and maybe you will end up having a intentional disclosure of your customer data. Another thing which is completely changed, I think, at least for us, that I think pre-COVID-19, there was no scenario of working from home for such a long time. So now we are working from home for such a long time. Our private network is not anymore a private. It's the only one network, which is internet. So now how do we move from a traditional network-based authentication to a platform-based or an identity-based authentication? That is something we have to look at. And from the governance layer, I think we should also focusing on much on SOPs and do's and don'ts for your work from home environment. Like when you are going for a virtual meetings, what are the things you're supposed to do? Are we supposed to set a password? Are we supposed to enable that there should not be any guest login by default? There should be a lobby. You will allow that user particular to jump in the meetings. Otherwise, you'll be having that Zoom bombing kind of attacks, right? So I think if you talk about this kind of things, then SOPs is also a very important part in do's and don'ts sections. Another part is, of course, the people. The people are not used to of using a work from home for such a longer time. They're not supposed to know that what to do, right? When they're working from, how do they segregate the customer data and this personal data? I think if you're having a broadband connections, then it is chances are very high that your broadband router is having a password of admin and admin, because we never cared about it as the cybersecurity professionals when you're working at office, or maybe you are having this pre-shared key as your mobile number. So I think this is the time you need to have a very rigorous training for your employees so that they understand and they can go ahead and make those changes. So we have this kind of impact at the process layer. And in the compliance sections, I think since we have started adopting the cloud in such a high margin, we need to include the cloud layer as well for you, maybe in your next ISO 27001 or PCI. So I think majorly these are the changes that I am looking at in terms of GRC and for this COVID-19 scenario. Dhananjay.
Sure. Tirthankar, thanks. I think it was absolutely a great insight about what you are doing and what I think most of us are doing. But I think a good time to kind of check how our peers are doing and how the industry is doing. So I would certainly like to understand from the industry or the people who are part of this conversation to kind of poll how many of them are like they have introduced a new technology as part of the as part of work from home, or in the new normal scenario, how they are meeting the GRC requirements by putting additional technology, or have they taken the governance and risk area, like getting additional sign-offs or getting additional risk acceptance as part of work from home strategy. Can we have a poll, please? Okay. Pawan, we understand that, or I think what and that we. I think we have the poll results. The new generation of GRC solutions will be designed to predict potential risk with greater accuracy and speed than ever. I think that's most of the people are, I think, voting for. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Pawan, coming back to our conversation, just wanted to understand that in the current scenario, we are seeing that the governance and risk still people are taking help to kind of predict the risk or kind of gauge the risk, and through governance reduce that risk which is being identified. But do you see again a compliance going down, or compliance is taking ahead because of this new work from home, such a long duration of work from home, people working remotely, etc., etc., and coming from a regulated industry which is highly regulated by IRDA and others? Do you see some kind of a issue getting or kind of issue from the compliance perspective?
Dhananjay, that's a very interesting question. But to answer that, I don't see that as a concern. I mean, it is a good thing because there are certain things which were at a back seat and that has come at a front seat from the regulator side as well. I can tell you that we have been receiving a lot of queries and we have been answering them proactively because there are certain things which were there in the pipeline. And today, if you look at it, the businesses who have survived have actually tested their BCP and DR in the past, and they have a very strong processes in place. That's how they have been able to sail it through. And the other people who have been able to sail it through are the quick adopter. When the pandemic started, people adopted the technology so fast that which had helped them survive till today. I mean, if you look at it, it's been almost 4 months we have been sitting at home and working on multiple things and adopting this work from home culture, which was never seen in India before. Uh, I see that compliance is not taking a back seat. It's still there in the front seat itself, and moreover, it has been given much more importance than it was there. It used to be in the past. Earlier, it used to be only check in the box, but now it has become a mandatory thing, a rigorous thing to follow by every organization. And I guess everybody is following the same now.
Sure. Titanka, you being part of a industry which is kind of highly, like, you are a online industry actually. You have, your organization has a lot of portals. You serve customer all over the globe. How are you seeing that getting changed because of the current pandemic? And like, what kind of shift you are seeing in terms of governance, risk, and lot of more and more I would say privacy regimes are coming recently. Now we have a New Zealand Privacy Act, which I think came this week only. So how do you see that vis-a-vis the kind of difficulties we are going through as part of this pandemic or this new normal?
Yeah, sure, Dhananjay. So I think I'm just observing from the risk standpoint that so far we have deployed so much of technology at the gateway layer. So now we have deployed a lot of, like, every organization had deployed a next generation firewall where they are having this antivirus protection, 0-day sandboxing. But now if you see, everyone started working from home, and maybe not all our users are VPN users. So you can't enforce them to come to your internet gateway for these kind of security features. So I think now the time has come to decentralize the security from a hardware to a software. So now we should look at a solution which is a software based, like you just deploy the software and you have a equivalent security across all your endpoints without thinking about your physical locations or the network. I think that is the shift that I'm looking at. And the authentications now being more on step up authentication, the risk based authentication that we're looking at. Maybe you don't force the MFA every time. When you see there is suspicious activities happening, then maybe you can have a step up authentication as an MFA. So in that sense, you can also make your customer happy that you are not asking MFA every time, but when there is malicious activities happening, only that point of time you are asking for it. For example, if you're doing a banking transaction, especially in ICICI, if you do the lesser amount of transaction, maybe you will not be asked for OTP and a grid authentication. But if you are going for a heavy or high number of authentic transactions, then maybe you need to have OTP as well as the grid authentication. I think time has come to simplify the security and make it more effective. And Dhananjay, since you mentioned this data privacy thing, as you know, all our brands is only consuming and selling the data. So we have a huge load of data with us. And this upcoming Privacy Protection Bill of India and GDPR also, actually, this is a good for the customers. Now they have more power to them. Now they can ask for data to be forgotten. Now they can ask a lot of things from us, and we are legally obligations to serve all those purposes. So we are slowly and gradually started adopting those standards, like GDPR. We already adopted for our brands. We have updated our policies, privacy policies, and cookie policies, and we are also in a process of building our brand is more on the trust. So because when I talk to my management, I don't talk about cybersecurity. I talk about the trust and assurance. That how do I have more trust and assurance for my customer, and what are the when cybersecurity is the way to achieve that. So that would be my point of view.
No, I think that's absolutely, I think, true, Titankar. I think that's the way forward. One thing which I think we are again wanted to have views from both of you is earlier we were too focused on our perimeter or outside in attacks actually. So we always used to focus as security professionals, look at outside, like how we prevent breaches from outside, how we consolidate our perimeter to put more technologies. But with this pandemic, and I think something which is getting focused is the insider threat actually, because now people there is no boundary from inside also. There is no physical office boundary, right? We don't have any physical securities like CCTV cameras or guards or access controls. All those are becoming things of the past. Now people are working wherever actually. So with those, I think the insider threat is becoming more and more high. What's your views on that? Pawan, we can start from you.
Absolutely, Dhananjay. If you look at it, any hack which had happened in the world, majority of them, I would say, I wanted to say all the hacks, but let me say to be safe, because that's the number I have when I was reading an article a couple of days back only, that more than above 90% of the hacks happen because of the insider threats only. So people need to be focused upon. People need to be taught and to be made aware of the recent threats. If you don't make them aware, they may fall the victim of it, which will eventually impact the organization. So when I look at the GRC, I don't I don't look at it only people process technology. There is a new parameter which I would definitely like to focus on is the external piece. When I say external, it's not only what is an attacker can see of your perimeter security from the outside, but what we should look at it is how the insider threat has gone to the external side. What hackers look at on the darknet, what information they search on the darknet, what information is already available on the darknet. That need to be focused upon, because that's the one visibility which we don't get as from the insider or as part of the organization. We have to look at it from the hacker's eye, and then look at the external threats which are already there. So there are known external threats which are called vulnerabilities, which we are aware of. There are unknown threats which needs to be focused upon. So as a GRC professional, and as if you look at considering the insider threat, I would recommend that even equally look at the external threats by the insider which is already available on the darknet.
Cool. No, I think that's a good suggestion. Titankar, what's your view on insider threat and how to manage that?
Insider threat, I think it is a very known truth for everyone that it is much easier to compromise a system admin or a user who is having privileged access to your data instead of compromising your web server completely. Because when you target your web server, you have to bypass so many controls that normally an organization is having. But in order to compromise a user, you need one phishing email, and it should look so genuine that one will fall for it, right? So no matter how good your security is, I think the toughest challenge for a CISO in today's world is how you can prevent someone of clicking a link, right? How you can prevent, what are the ways you have? Because technological ways are very limited. So it is a human tendency of clicking, and out of curiosity, they will go and click. So I think to understand your risk exposure for organization, this is the time to run some phishing simulation campaign, which should be themed on COVID-19, because I know there is a advisory came up from CERT, I think a couple of weeks back, that India is being targeted for COVID-19 phishing themes. So I think you would be curious to know that how your employee is going to respond to this kind of phishing emails. So once you run a campaign for your employees, then you will understand who all are most vulnerable, where they have a more tendency to click, and what are the controls that we have. If they click on that link, how do you monitor? So I think this is the time to do some kind of drill of your incident response. that if someone is clicking on that bed, what are the control points that you have, and how do you monitor that, and what would be your mean time for detection and mean time for the response? So that is one part. Another part is that, of course, in this work from environment, the employees are having an, I think, so-called thought process that if they're working from home, then I think they don't have these security controls deployed, or maybe someone is not monitoring. Now, if you have a DLP solution in place at the endpoint, then you can see that a lot of intentional and unintentional events are happening. So I think this is the time you have to handle the situation the two way. One, you have to make them aware that what are the security policies and everything is in place, and they still holds true. It doesn't mean that you're working from home and you will take a slip from that. So that is one way. Another way, that you run a phishing simulation campaign to understand who is the most vulnerable set of employees who are very likely to click on that, so that you have a rigorous training, specially designed training for them to identify the phishing and how you not to repeat that mistake.
Got it. No, I think well said. So I think we are now kind of 4 minutes left. Would like to open the floor for Q&A from the participants. So anybody wants to have any query, questions they want to ask, please go ahead. We'll try, Pawan and Tankar, together we'll try and answer those. You can type in your queries in the chat windows as well. Okay, so while we wait for Q&A, I think we have a couple of minutes left, so we can take advantage of that time and kind of discuss few more things pertaining to, I think, the topic, which is governance, risk, and compliance. In the current, like again, Pawan, in the as part of the insurance industry, like you handle a lot of PII and not and even SPII data in certain cases. How are you exposing that, or how are you preventing that information from not getting exposed to, say, work from home users? Do you have put in some specific controls, like, and what are those controls? If you can just share a little insight about those.
Yes, Dhananjay. The controls which are there is not very different from others, but we have internally followed a very strict policy of need to know. We have created our own framework, which is working so far very efficiently, and the information given to the access to the information is given to only specific users who need to know for the work purposes only. There is no extra information access given to any individual in the organization, and we follow that practice of checking that the access control every quarter. We try to complete it as we try to cover all the applications as much as we can within the quarter itself. Otherwise, there is a half-yearly cycle which we run, in which we complete all the check the application access of all the application every 6 months. But the important thing is to have the process and the policy in place, and they both has to map. If there is a gap in the process itself, then it creates a problem. And because of the strict framework, we have been able to sail through so far.
Got it. Okay. So, Titankar, in your scenario, you obviously hold a lot of data of people as Naukri.com. A lot of people apply online jobs on this job portal. Maybe one of the biggest in the country. How do you handle personal data and how do you expose that personal data to work from home employees in the current scenario? Are there any controls which you have put in which prevents from personal data being shown to work from home employees or something like that?
Yeah, so as you know that all of our brands are having a huge load of PI data with us. So we have followed all the best practices, and we have also aligned ourselves with the GDPR and also the privacy protection bill. So we follow the data journey, which is called is cradle to grave. We have the controls from where we are receiving the request, from where, for example, you are registering yourself in a Naukri.com. from there to our databases, from the databases where the data is getting displayed. So we're having this complete journey that is we call data privacy impact assessment. So we do that assessment that what kind of data we are capturing, what is the regulatory requirements for those data. For example, if you're capturing Aadhaar number, Aadhaar comes with its own data security guidelines, right? You have to adhere to that as well. So we completely follow the cradle to grave journey where we put controls on each and every layer. It is not only our customer, when even our employees are accessing data, it is very controlled. And we are also having a 24/7 monitoring. We have a lot of solution in place, which is completely monitoring. The data at rest is encrypted. We are always using HTTPS. So we will make sure the journey is completely secure. And we also have that, as Pawan already mentioned, this least privilege access, that we always give the access on need to know basis. And even everything is being monitored so that we don't have any loophole in terms of accessing the data or maybe purging the data. If the data is going to the analytics team, how we are handling that journey, we are making sure that we have that equivalent security as on the production on every layer of our data processing centers. So that is how we follow to make sure the data is always stay protected.
Cool. We have got one questions from the audience, and I would like Pawan to maybe answer this. The question is, how do call center working from home become a source of insider threat? As earlier we were not even allowing pen, paper, not even cell phone in the call centers, but now with the new normal, the same call center employees are sitting at home with all pen, paper, mobile phones. With this radical shift, don't you see some of those controls are getting relaxed, and how are we making it secure? I think that's the query.
Mm-hmm. I will answer that. So I've already covered that piece on need to know basis itself, and that's what we follow in the call center as well. So information is not readily available. We earlier used to have the same scenario where the pen and paper were not allowed. Till today, even the information is not given to the employees, and the information which they have access to is limited to what we have defined to be given in the application itself, and that's how we are controlling and managing the restriction of the information, and which is helping us secure the information and to our commitment to the customers.
Sure. Titanka, you also have a call center which does not have pen, paper, camera, phones allowed?
Yeah, yes, we do have a call center, but it is not highly regulated by like IRDA. So I think that's why we are normally moving on from this gateway based to endpoint based, so that we have all the controls deployed on that laptop itself, so that no matter where you're working, we'll be completely monitoring that whole data flow and data journey. So that is how we are handling, and the calls are being routed through this VoIP, software-based VoIP. Through that, we are getting the calls routed for the call center people who are working from home.
Cool. Sure. I think I would certainly like to thank both of you for sharing the insight, and would like to thank the participants to be kinder to us, though there were very few questions, but thanks for sharing insights at Ankar and Pawan. It was really great interacting with you guys. Thank you very much. I think we are up with our time, so we would like to close it here. Thanks, Mohita.
Thanks, Dhananjay.
And thanks, DSCI, for providing us this opportunity.
Yeah, it's a really great decision.
It was a great session with our speakers deliberating on priorities of GRC. Thank you to the esteemed panel for your discussion. We have now come to the end of day 1 of 12 Best Practices Meet. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow afternoon again, and with an array of sessions from debate, keynote, workshop, and a special session. Thank you to our speakers and delegates who joined us today. We also thank our sponsors, partners, and exhibitors for their support to Best Practices Meet. See you tomorrow. Have a great evening.